Hello, good evening, everyone. Thank you for coming to our 6 p.m. Tuesday workshop here. We're joined by Lewiston Public Works. If you can all introduce yourselves and kick us off.
Good evening. Thanks for being here. I'm Kevin Gagne, Director of Lewiston Public Works.
And I'm Megan Bates, Deputy for Maintenance and Operations, Public Works.
And I'm Neve Warrington. I'm a Division Manager for Casella Waste.
So we're here tonight to give you an update on solid waste collection in the city. It's been a number of years that we've been working on this. We're at a point where we thought it was appropriate to bring you up to speed, let you know what's going on in the area, but more specifically with Lewiston. And I'll turn it over to Megan for a short presentation. Then our plan is to open it up so we can hear from you all about what's going on and you get your thoughts.
So good evening again. Yes, we're back here to talk about cart to curb. That's manual and automated side load collection of waste and recycling material. So we started this discussion back in fall of 2022 as part of the new contract with Casella. The city opted with a 2-year extension, which was part of the contract at that time. And during that period, we learned about automated waste and automated collection, of waste, and how that was going to be the new industry standard. So we came before council in December of 22 to talk about how this was the industry standard. There was no choice in the situation that this was the way that things were going to go. After that, we went out to bid in fall of 24. And we started a new contract with Casella in July of 25. So we have a hybrid collection for the city of Lewiston. So that involves some areas of the city that will still be the manual rear load. And then other areas of the city, the majority of the city, will be the automated collection. So on this map, you'll see a legend that will show 3 areas in yellow, green, and blue. So on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, there'll essentially be 3 collection trucks out. There'll be 1 automated, and there'll be 1 manual truck that will be collecting recyclable, and 1 manual truck that will be collecting regular waste material. And then on Thursday and Friday, you're going to have automated throughout the rest of the city. I'm going to bring this map over just a little bit to show you the what will be the hybrid location, and this is going to be, I'm sorry, not the hybrid location, but the rear manual waste collection. So this is where you have your multi-unit apartment buildings, and you have on-street parking on one or both sides of the street. So it makes it really difficult to get an automated truck in there. So I can see if I can make this a little larger. But I can essentially tell you the areas that we'll be looking at. And if I can't, then we'll just talk it out. Okay, here we go. So this yellow area, striped area, is the Monday route, and it is like the summer, spring, winter Whipple area. And then the green area is the like Howard, Howe area. I think there's Shawmut in that area too. And then the blue area is the largest manual collection area, which goes around the Kennedy Park area, and then you've got all the way out Lincoln Street. So the program itself is called Cart to Curb, and that is because everyone that participates in this program will get the carts. So we have the 2 carts. As you walk in here into the council, you'll see 2 size carts. You'll see a 64-gallon and you'll see a 94-gallon. So people that are participating will be the residential, just a single-family residentials, your duplexes, your 3-unit owner-occupied, and then those multi-unit apartment buildings that pay to be in the program. So the apartment buildings will have the 94-gallon, the larger containers. They'll have 1 waste container for every unit, and then 1 recycle container for every 3 units. And then the residentials will get 1 64-gallon cart for waste and 1 64-gallon for recycle. The communication to get the word out to the residents is going to be really extensive. There's going to be a lot of changes, and some people, most of us, really don't like change, right? So we're going to just really try very hard to work with our residents and property owners to get the word out. So we have a brochure that will be included with the carts. So when the carts go out, when they get distributed, with them will be some directions. The brochure will include information such as the cart spacing, the placement of it, that the lid of the container will need to be down. Once the waste is in there and recycled, the lid will need to be down. The waste will need to be in bags, so the bags and then into the container with the lid down. For recycling, it will be loose. The recycling won't be in bags. That the handle will need to face the road, and there'll be other directions that will go with that for the residents. Now, the delivery of these carts will begin about 3 weeks, 4 weeks before the program starts. So not everyone will obviously get their cart on the same day or even the same week. It's going to take a while to get all these carts out. Do you have an idea of how many carts are going to be distributed in Lewiston?
Roughly 20-something thousand.
About 27,000 carts. That's going to be a lot of work, and it's going to take some time.
Correct.
Now, Casella will be out with the trucks at the start of the program for 3 or 4 weeks. So they're going to be right with the trucks. They're going to be assisting the residents for those that are having some challenges with placing the carts in the proper location. So they'll be putting like friendly reminder tags on the carts, letting the residents know how to place the cart. There's also going to be an app. Right now, it's undergoing some fine-tuning for our community, but it's really neat. In this app, you can enter your address, and it will tell you what your collection day is. It provides a calendar, which will show you if there's any changes in that collection day. And there's also a part of the app is called the Recycle Wizard, where if you have some challenges with what's recycled, you can enter in a certain material, for example, like a plastic laundry bottle. You just enter that in, it will say, place that in your recycle cart. So I think that was kind of neat. That's very helpful. Also, Casella has a customer service telephone number. As part of this contract, Casella will be managing all of the customer concerns. So that will go out as well. And then the city's marketing director, the city's marketing communication director, Anja Morris, and her assistant will be also are currently working with the Casella. They know that they're going to have the different languages. Information is going to need to be in different languages. There'll be pictures, icons, whatever is needed that best suits this community to get the word out. And there's also a video. Some of you have already seen the video. We're going to show it again tonight for those of you who haven't seen it. It's about a minute and 15 seconds long. So let me go ahead and get that started.
You're playing it right now.
I am. It's a minute and 15 seconds. I try to, maybe I won't. There we go.
Good morning. Thank you for calling Casella. This is Rachel. How may I assist you today?
Yes, hi Rachel. My name is John, and I'm calling because I just saw your driver put my trash and recycling in the same truck. I'm worried that all my effort to separate recyclables from trash is going to waste.
Thanks for calling, John. Not to worry. Your route is being serviced by what is known as a split-bodied truck. The truck's body is split into 2 compartments, one side for trash and the other side for recyclables. The driver is able to control where the material is going from safely inside the cab of the truck.
Really? That's so interesting. I was wondering why I was only seeing 1 truck on our street these days instead of 2. I was worried we weren't recycling anymore.
I completely understand your concern. And believe me, we get calls like this all the time, and we're happy to help. These trucks are safer for our drivers, cleaner for the environment, and cut down on traffic through your neighborhood. Be sure to let your friends and neighbors know what you learned and help us spread the word.
I absolutely will, Rachel. Thank you for taking the time to explain this. I'm so glad to know that recycling is alive and well.
My pleasure, John, and thank you for being a Casella customer.
Okay. So that video shows the split body truck. So one of the first concerns is going to be the truck went down my street, but it was only one truck, and my recyclables, did my recyclables get put into a recycling, or did they just get thrown away? Well, this is a split truck, so yes, the recyclables will go with the recycling on the recycling side, and the waste will go on the waste side. And as far as challenges, yes, there are going to be challenges. We have 590 streets in the city of Lewiston, and there are about 100 of those streets that are going to pose some challenges to us. So how are we going to meet those? And the challenges are one-ways, dead ends with no turnarounds, private and some public ways that will have to have group collection. That means the carts are going to have to be brought to the beginning of the street. So how are we going to meet those challenges? Well, we're going to need some changes to the solid waste, Chapter 62 of the Ordinance. And so some of those changes will be like definition for a suitable container, which will be the cart that the contractor provides, only that one. And again, that's for those that are participating in this program. And then other things that will be changed in the ordinance will be when we have a storm, there will be no carts allowed curbside during the evening. So the plow trucks won't have to be going around carts or let alone bury carts. And then just like people will shovel out their mailbox, they're going to need to shovel out an area for their carts as well. Also, because of the side load, the right side load, there'll be changes to the traffic amendment. So the police department and Public Works had their first meeting today to look at how to attack some of these issues with proper signage. What are the signs going to say? Where are they going to be placed? So each of the streets, Casella has evaluated each of the streets, providing that direction, but we have to provide the proper language so people understand exactly what's going on. Because there are going to be some streets that are going to be, the carts will go on one side. It may be that you're taking your cart across the street. It won't go directly in front of your residence, but across the street. And so there'll be carts on one side and there'll be parking on the other. So that is basically the end of my presentation. So I want to have a quick presentation to allow time for you guys to ask questions.
Thank you very much. Questions, comments from the councilors? Councilor Nagy.
So what's the proposed rollout dates? When are we going to start?
Okay, so it's going to roll out, it looks like July, August. The trucks, these trucks will arrive late spring, early summer. So yeah, we're planning on a July, August.
So by the end of August, everybody should have their carts at that point in time. Okay.
Right.
Okay.
And again, it will take a few weeks to get the carts to everyone.
Right. Understood. Okay. That was my question. Thank you.
Councilor Chittum.
Thank you, Megan. I'm sorry, Deputy Director. Thank you. Will this map be on the website so that folks can see where, when, and where, and how? I saw that in the packet you've identified one street where the truck has to back down, Nelke Place.
Right.
And those folks will be notified individually.
Mm-hmm.
Will this map and the instructions be distributed along with the carts when they come out in August, did you say?
Yes, so the sample letter that you saw that will provide specific instructions to some residents on those particular roads, yeah, that will come with a cart.
Okay.
Yeah.
And one final question for me personally, I generate a lot more recycling than I do solid waste.
Mm-hmm.
Your folks on the back of the compactor right now revel in the fact that my solid waste each week is about this big. Mm-hmm. If I don't put the cart out, I mean, it's going to take me many months to accumulate a cart full of solid waste. If I don't put the cart out for many months and then I do suddenly put it out, is that going to be creating a problem for your operators?
It would not.
No, it won't.
Thank you.
Councilor Herman.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. So the parts of town that are staying with the rear load trucks due to the geometry and everything of the streets, are we still moving to the new carts?
Yes.
Okay,
So
so we won't
everyone-
be able to use other containers?
Exactly, yeah, so as I had mentioned, yeah, the carts, the reason why it's called cart to curb is that everyone's going to get the carts that currently are on the, I should say, like I mentioned, the residential, single unit residential duplexes, the 3-unit owner occupied, and those that are currently paying into the program. They will all receive the cards.
Thank you.
Councilor Roy.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. My question would be, can you remind us who is footing the bill for the carts?
Casella is part of the contract.
What happens if the wind comes up one day and the cart goes into the road and somebody drives and smashes it? Do they replace them?
Yes, you just call COUNCILOR.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, I just want to make sure.
That property owner would call that Casella customer care and let them know what happened.
Councilor Martel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. What if someone produces more trash in a week than that container can handle? Springtime cleaning, whatever. Are we limited to the 1 can per week?
Currently, yes. It will be for the residentials. It'll be that 164, but then any remaining can be brought to the solid waste facility.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Najin.
So just to clarify on that point, so if I put my own cart out there, it will not be picked up.
That's correct. It has to be a Casella cart. It's a certain type of cart that's got a handle that they aren't actually, if like the smaller carts, it will just slide through the arms. It won't pick it up. Or it may pick it up and get it, and then it will slide off as it's tipping it into the back of the truck.
And if it's a rear load area, that's not actually the case, right? They're doing that manually still?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay. I'm just trying to figure out, like, one of the challenges that we have in this community is appropriate waste removal.
Mm-hmm.
And so if we're limiting the amount of waste that's going to be picked up at the curb, that doesn't mean that that's going to stop the waste that goes to the curb. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, ultimately, a tenant's not going to be like, well, I'm not going to create, or a homeowner's not going to be like, you know, I'm not going to create 74 liters, you know, worth of trash versus 64, right? Like, and so it's just a slight concern thinking about the fact that people will still bring their trash curbside and it still needs to get picked up. And I think also one thing and so maybe we can think about that, like how we're going to address those issues. And then another thing that I would bring up, since everybody is now going to get a toter, at some point we should probably be asking people to no longer put out open recycling, the old blue bins in particular, and at some point possibly figure out a way to curb the activity if it continues. You know, we know that trash in my neighborhood in particular ends up appearing there because either people have put trash out incorrectly, not in toters, and it gets torn open by animals, or it is recycling bins that get blown down the street. And, you know, that's where a lot of our neighborhood trash comes from. So I'm just trying to think about those things, like how we're going to appropriately deal with those things when people don't follow the guidelines of how much trash we're saying they should generate in a given week. That's all. Right,
and that's, you know, we have that city ordinance, so we'll make revisions, and Public Works will work with code and police, and we'll try our best to get those items ironed out before we start. But it will be a part of the, again, the ordinance, chapter 62.
We'll be also spreading the word. So I'm sure, you know, this forum, as well as the marketing, as well as our social media. So there's, you know, we figure 30 days to set new habits, and Casella is going to be there helping along with the rest of city staff. So we'll be trying to reinforce that.
So if I may answer that question as well. So part of what will happen is within the first 4 to 8 weeks, because Lewiston is a big city, so we'll be out here most likely about for 8 weeks. What will typically happen is as soon as we start launching the carts, the trucks start picking up, we'll be out here, we'll have a team who's going to go through before the truck actually gets to your stop, to tag carts, right, to, you know, do the education piece. Let's say, for example, you know, somebody put extra material. For the first couple of weeks, we'll pick them up. But we'll tag it. We'll put some notes on there. We have appropriate tags that we have already created. You know, residents will come out to figure out, hey, you know, I see an orange tag on my bin. What does that say? So we'll let them know, hey, you know, don't put extra materials out. Make sure they are in carts. But, you know, after a while, we'll stop picking it up. We'll obviously work with the city to make sure, you know, to come up with a cutoff date for when we're going to stop picking up that extra material. So, you know, gradually you will see no extra material on the curbside.
That's the goal.
Yeah, so again, I have a major concern on that simply because people will, no matter what, put more trash out on the curbside. It will happen. And so we just need to make sure that we have a solution for that isn't going to tax the city or also create these. I mean, like, we could go punitive, right? But that doesn't also fix the fact that if somebody puts out 7 bags of trash and they can only fit 3 in the toter, those 4 other bags of trash need to go somewhere. And so, like, and it's not my fault that I live next to somebody who produced more trash than I did, or vice versa, right? And so it is a concern. I'm just trying to figure out, this new trash scheme is double what our last contract was. And I understand it's more expensive, and there's toters involved, all of these other pieces, but it seems like we're talking about less service as well, and that's a concern. I'll leave it there for now.
Thank you, councilors. Yes, we will take problems as they come, and I trust that the combined efforts of Public Works, Police, and Code can make quick work of them with any luck. Further questions, comments from councilors? Councilor Roy, back to you.
Thank you again. Is there too little trash you can put in one of those bins? Thinking about Councilor Chittum's hoarding up like 4 months of trash. I mean, is there too little trash that you can put in one of them?
I would say no.
Okay.
No, it's like sometimes people will put an empty bin out. They will dump it still.
Okay.
Well, because we don't know what's in there until we actually dump it. So,
Okay.
yeah, never too little.
Perfect. Thank you.
This will no doubt be an adventure. Further questions, comments from the councilors? Anything further?
I would just say that we've seen some neighborhoods that are currently doing some of the practices we're talking about. So I'd like to be optimistic and say this is something other communities are doing. Auburn's going to be going through this just before we are. We're also doing this in July and August so we can roll through without snow and set some good habits and work through some of the problems. And we're not deploying this midwinter. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that concludes our workshop. Administrator Canrath, I think we're heading to executive session.
Yes, we are. Executive session pursuant to MRSA Title 1, Section 405(6)(c) to discuss an economic development issue of which the premature disclosure of the information would prejudice the competitive bargaining position of the city. Requested action to enter into an executive session pursuant to MRSA Title 1, Section 405(6)(c) to discuss an economic development issue of which the premature disclosure of the information would prejudice the competitive bargaining position for the city.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Councilor Martel, seconded by Councilor Najin. All in favor? We're heading to executive session. We anticipate being back very close to our advertised start time of 7 p.m. Thank you all so much.
What was that sound? So loud. Is that Danielle Parent? Is that Danielle Parent? Oh, Mike's work. Sorry. Sorry.
Hello, welcome to our Tuesday evening council meeting. Thank you all for joining us. We're going to kick things off with a Pledge of Allegiance, and Administrator Kane Rath, if you could please lead us.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, Administrator Kane Rath. Madam Clerk, I believe we're ready to begin.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. All roll call votes for this meeting will begin with the Councilor of Ward 5.
And I understand we have minutes.
You do, the minutes of the February 17th meeting.
I have a motion to accept the minutes.
So moved.
Councilor Chittum, followed by Councilor Nagy. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Councilor from Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We are now up to public comment. Any member of the public may make comments regarding issues pertaining to Lewiston City Government. This period is reserved for non-agenda items. Public comment is also allowed during individual agenda items. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes per person. Please state your name for the record, and please indicate if you're a Lewiston resident. Because this is the business meeting of the City Council, all questions should be directed to the mayor, who will ask staff to follow up at a future time. It is illegal for the City Council to allow comments related to personnel matters. All personnel complaints should be made directly to the City Administration Office. Public comment can now commence, should there be any.
Andrew Jones, Ward 2. So I've been here twice so far to talk about the behavior of the council during these meetings. And, you know, once again, there's an individual who doesn't seem to care. The rest of you are great at appearing to pay attention to what we're saying. One of the things I want to touch upon is there was an email that went out from the city council president to the entire council, basically chastising them for their behavior during these meetings, and also to claim that the public should not be coming up here and addressing individual councilors. I respectfully disagree with that assessment. The behavior of a city councilor at a city council meeting is by definition city business. You know, I had a concern about an individual. Later that night, it was validated. You know, great artwork, by the way. You should probably ask Mainwire for a cut of the sales on that. So if you don't think it's part of the business, then I don't know what to tell you. I mean, it's certainly more pertinent than the Gaza BS that you guys covered a year ago. If you seek the trust and the respect from the public, recommend showing us the courtesy of at least paying attention when we're here to speak. That's really all I got to say. So, actually, one more bit. You know, my concern is about an individual, and I know that he can do better. I ran into him at the special election, looked him in the face, shook his hand, wished him good luck. He was attentive then. Why can't he be attentive now? Thank you.
Further public comment?
Mr. Mayor, council members, and city administrators. What brings me out tonight was one of the first agenda items, but I would like to speak to it as a more global viewpoint, which is why I'm speaking now rather than when that agenda item comes up. And that is the moratorium regarding the rent increases for the
we're going to be covering that a little later, so anything regarding that at all should just be, you can come up during public comment for that agenda item.
Well, my point is it's more global than just the mobile home parks. That's what brings me out. So if you want me to speak later,
Point of order. Thank you, Councilor Chittum. I'm sorry. Please continue, sir. What were you saying?
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Councilor Chittum. How may I help you?
Could we have the speaker identify himself, please, per council rules?
Thank you. Yes. Can you please identify yourself?
You want me to continue or?
Well, I what's your name?
Roger Birdie, or Ward 2, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Yeah. If it's at least at all tangentially related to mobile home rents, you need to speak during that agenda item.
Okay, this is not specifically about the mobile home rents.
Please continue for now, sir.
Okay. What it is I feel that the city should have a more global control over the rents, specifically the mobile home parks, but all housing units, apartments, houses, and also for businesses in the city. Because we have seen and heard that an awful lot of people are priced out of their apartments when a new owner from outside comes in and their rent increases, and we have no control over that, nor does the city have any control over businesses such as many of the businesses downtown who have closed because of rent increases. So I feel that the city should have a more global ordinance covering all of them, because if you just cover one and not the other, that's not really being equal to everybody. That's more discriminating against one type of ownership and not all owners. And whether, we can have different rules for different types of owners. I would like to see the city have one global ordinance for all types of rental units. Thank you.
Thank you. Further public comment?
My name is Ryan Salvatore. I'm an Auburn resident. So the affordability crisis is a huge problem, not only in the state of Maine, but all over the country. And we need to do something about the affordability crisis. Although if we put rent controls for lot rent, that is going to stop a lot of investment
We're going to be talking about that is item number 1. We'll be talking about that a little later.
My apologies. I thought we were on that comment. I was in the hallway and I just overheard it. I thought I was missing it.
Nope, you haven't missed much. We're good. I would urge you to come back during that agenda item.
I certainly will. Thank you.
Thank you. Further public comment for non-agenda items. Public comment is now closed. Thank you. Madam Clerk, I understand that we have ASL interpreters here for item number 7, I believe.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Item 7 could be who knows when tonight. So I would like to move that. I would like to take item 7 now.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is the city administrator's report. Do you want to do that
What,
now? The city administrator's report right after the public
Oh,
comment?
thank you. Yes, we will first have the city administrator's report. My apologies, Administrator Kane Rath.
Nice try, Mr. Mayor. For sure.
Please continue with your report, sir.
All right. A very quick update on our fiscal 27 budget. We will be presenting next week in a workshop. I will just say in a very brief preview, many cuts have been made. I've talked about how difficult this budget will be. We are freezing additional positions this year to limit increases, with the exception of the requested public health position. There are no new headcount or no new positions included in this budget. We will still have our work cut out for us. So that will be presented next week, and we will be in our workshops following that period. The workshop schedule was emailed out again today, so that lasts through the months of March and April. We recently had a really great meeting, Administration, Communications, and the Economic Development Department with the Blue List Company to really gain some insight and talk about local market conditions and to get some feedback on the potential barriers that they're seeing to investment in the city of Lewiston. So we really did request some really good, frank feedback of what some of their clients are identifying as issues preventing them from investing in the city. Really great discussion. And again, we're really trying to take on some efforts to improve the city's image and reputation and spur investment in the city, not only for residents, but for businesses and developers and investors also. Some staff updates. We have some new hires. Chris Sanders is our new animal control officer. Lucas Milliken is our new Public Works Municipal Garage shop assistant. We have some retirements. Corporal Patrick Griffin at PD has retired, as well as firefighter George Morgan at the fire department. A couple recognitions. Vianney Slingby has been named Uplift LA's 2025 Finest Under 40 Best in Civic and Municipal Services. So congratulations to Vianney. And also, Justin Bison has recently been named the head coach for Lewiston High School football. So congrats to him. He's staying with us at Public Works, but congrats to him in his position there. A reminder that there is a survey for economic and community development available to help guide the department in its plan to identify specific needs for federally funded community development block grant consolidation funds. The survey can be found at lewistonmaine.gov/CDBG26. Couple items coming up on our agenda. Our AG's FOIA training has been pushed off due to scheduling issues all the way until May, unfortunately, but it is still on the calendar. It's now on the calendar for May 19th. Again, next week we'll be having not only our budget presentation on the 10th, but also we'll be discussing the Charter Commission process and getting some ideas there with our legal counsel. Lastly, the planning for the Balloon Festival has already begun. This is how early it starts. It starts in March. The theme for this year will be announced soon, but the dates are out. The dates for this year's Balloon Festival at Samard Payne Park will be August 21st through 23rd. Thank you.
Thank you, Administrator Kinroth. We appreciate your service to our city. Madam Clerk, once again, I'm very happy you're here. Thank you. Item number 7.
Item number 7, resolution authorizing and directing an assessment of shooting-related needs and financial burdens of individuals affected by the October 25th, 2023 mass shooting. Requested action to review the legal opinion from the city attorney and to determine a course of action.
Do we need a motion at this time, Madam Clerk?
No, not at this time.
Okay. Administrator Kinroth, do you want to kick this off?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So at our last meeting, this ordinance was, or this potential resolution, was presented by Councilor Longchamp. At that time, it was discussed we would get a legal opinion to offer further guidance to the city on how to proceed. So that legal opinion is available to you. In summary, I think it largely says that it may be a good idea or a good direction for the city to think about partnering with a third-party organization to address some issues with privacy and some other items. I will say that we have had some conversations, Deputy Administrator O'Malley, with the Resiliency Center, for example, which is one potential partner the city could look to, but there could also be others. So that opinion is available in the packet, but that is the sort of Reader's Digest version.
Thank you very much. Yes, discussion. Councilor Harriman.
Thank you. I just wanted to point out that the memo that's in our packet was not released by a vote of the council. I don't object to any content in the memo, and I would certainly vote to release it, but I do object to the process of somebody unilaterally deciding that they're going to take something that is the council's purview and release it themselves. Just a reminder that attorney-client privileged memos are the council's purview. If we want to release it, it requires a vote of the council, not a unilateral decision.
Councilor Chittum, did you have your hand raised?
I did not, but I will later.
Further comments, questions from the council? Yes, Councilor Longchamp.
I will. Sure. Again, I would just share with the public and her councilors the importance of making sure that all of the victims and survivors' needs have truly been met. And if they haven't, how we could possibly bridge that gap to figure out resources and so forth. So I am hoping that we will be able to find an organization to come alongside us to assist with making sure that needs have been met, and if they haven't, what we can do together to make sure that everyone is truly taken care of. That's it for now.
Councilor Chittum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilor Longchamp, thank you very much for bringing this forward. It has taken a lot of effort on your part, and I'm very appreciative of that. And I agree with the precept that we need to identify what the remaining needs of the victims and survivors of October 25th are. However, I'm concerned about the city partnering, if we use that term carefully, with any agency, because the city is subject to, as we're continually reminded, freedom of information, freedom of access requirements. There is very little that the city can do that can maintain the confidentiality and privacy of individuals who may not wish to be brought into the public eye. So while I am very much in favor of having this assessment done, I think it behooves the city to be very careful about how we tread in this area, because it would be very easy for people who do not want to be revealed because of the transparency requirements under state law that we all as a city operate under. So that's my only caveat. If we can find a way to have this assessment conducted, have these needs evaluated, I'm all in favor of that. But I think when we start doing that as a city, we run into some dangers.
Further questions, comments from the council before we head to public comment? Yes, Councillor Najin.
So in the past, we've hired individuals in order to conduct investigations, and that has been confidential information unless the council decided to release it. I also understand that, you know, we're talking about a situation where, while Lewiston is the site of the mass shooting, the victims hail from all over the region. And so I think that sometimes gets a little difficult as well, being a municipality, because we only have certain jurisdiction. But again, looking outside to the ways that we can hire a third party or partner with a third party in order to identify not just needs, but also resources. I certainly know that I'm not quite sure if any of the congressional monies came through that were promised to both the municipality and the state, which I believe some of that funds should have gone to victims and survivors. And so there are questions that we just don't have the answers to. And I would be very supportive in providing any type of support to the folks that have suffered through this horrible tragedy. I mean, there's a lot of trauma there that I don't think, you know, I've been asked several times, when is Lewiston going to get over this? And it's a ridiculous question. In some cases, some people will never get over it. And that's just what it is. And so I think that, you know, although the trauma is very raw, we do have to do something in order to be considerate of the needs of the people who suffered during that horrible event.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Yeah, I have communicated with the director of the Resiliency Center, Danielle Parent. I've actually scheduled the Resiliency Center to come here on the 17th to give a presentation. I think those folks at the Resiliency Center have a pretty good handle on the needs of the folks. I mean, they have offered to conduct a survey, find out what people have received, what they need to receive. They would like to work with the city in terms of trying to do more outreach into folks who haven't utilize the services for the Maine Resiliency Center, but speaking to the director, that they are more than willing to partner or work with us in terms of addressing these issues that have been brought up by Councilor Longchamps. So my expectation is on March 17th, it will be an agenda item that they'll do a presentation to you folks.
Welcome news. Thank you, Deputy Administrator O'Malley. 1 second. Anything further, Councilor Nagy? All right. Yes, Councilor Longchamps.
I think that sounds great. And I just would like to thank the councilors for being open to this tonight and being compassionate. And I think this is really what we're made of. This is really what we're about, when we just kind of set everything else aside and really look to the people to see how we can lead as leaders. So today, I'm really proud. Thank you.
Further comments from councilors at this point? We're now heading to public comment for this agenda item.
Keith Tremblay, Ward 7. I stand before you today with a heavy heart and an overwhelming sense of frustration as we continue to navigate the overwhelming aftermath of this tragedy. Many of the affected, including myself, will forever live with memories of that night, but some have to live with much worse. Shrapnel, bullets, broken bones, physical reminders that their lives will continue to be a battle long after any of this. With that in mind, I need to address a concerning issue. While we appreciate the statements from the Maine Community Foundation on their handling of the distributions, they do not answer the questions that are being asked. In their written statement posted to their website, the MCF maintains that from the beginning, there were two funds, one specifically for victims and survivors, and another for broad recovery. I can tell you from a survivor's side that is false. I have two emails from the steering committee spaced nearly a month apart. The first email clearly referencing a single unified fund for the community, and it wasn't until the second email that the existence of two funds was mentioned. If there were a separate fund, why was it not specified early on? And who were all of the people that did know of this fund? News stations, newspapers, local journalists all reported on the vastly growing number of donations and messages that continued to pour in from near and far, and talks of the community coming together to shine its light in a time of darkness gave peace knowing those in need were recognized, heard, and cared for. What does it say to the people of the community when the feeling of unification and healing is stripped away, and simple questions from our leaders go unanswered, or better yet, get pushed back on? Connections between MCF members and local nonprofits, distribution amounts, lack of required reporting, and unwillingness to even show all organizations that applied, whether accepted or denied, all lead to even more questions that we as donators, concerned citizens, and now re-victimized survivors have of you. Was there any conflict of interest with any members of the organizations? Was the full list of applied organization, where is the full list of applied organizations to the second fund? And why would you give out donated money without any required follow-up reporting? As our elected leaders of the City Council, if you truly want to show that you care not only about the ongoing needs of these survivors and community members, but also about the process integrity of this governing body, you have the power to request a formal investigation into the fund's management and communications practices, mandate more detailed reporting from the foundations, and potentially establish oversight measures to prevent similar issues in the future, God forbid. This issue will not go away on its own, and I strongly insist you to push this forward and do the right thing. Thank you.
Matthew Hagren, Ward 4. At the last council meeting, I read a comment from a survivor of that night, Destiny Johnson, who ran terrified through the kitchen of Smeggy's while bullets flew through the air. Let's be honest, no one who survived that night in any of these locations will ever be the same again. Their world changed in an instant that night. I support the idea of us looking into this through a third party to see if we can't figure out what needs are still left. While I'm not exactly sure how the city precisely can help, but maybe just having the city out there advocating for these people may bring in more resources, aid, whatever they need may come in, because the city is now using its big stick to beat the drum. I wish you well tonight.
Ryan Salvatore, resident of Auburn. According to the Maine Community Foundation, who stewarded these funds, 100% of the money raised was supposed to go to victims and their families. Instead, you stood by while institutions lined up behind butchered and massacred families for their share of the check. That is not governance.
That is moral bankruptcy disguised as procedure. Here are the facts. 4.7 million went to those directly affected. A total of 162 individuals actually received money. The average payout dispersed was $29,000 per person. If the entire $6.6 million fund had been delivered directly to the victims, that would have been $40,000. The remaining 1.9 million was divided equally among nonprofits. Over 900,000 went to Somali nonprofits. Even the MCF stated that nonprofits largely failed to deliver meaningful help to those harmed in the shooting. What did these nonprofits have to do with the shooting? Did gunmen storm the nonprofits and shoot up their children and families? No. And none of these nonprofits are focused on tragedy relief, such as the Center for Grieving Children, which received nothing. So I ask you this. Do you think that that 1.9 million, which was dispersed to nonprofits, could have helped out people like Ben Dyer? Dyer was excluded from fundraising help when he was still in a hospital bed fighting for his life. How many other people like Ben Dyer are there that weren't able to receive this funding? Speaking of Ben Dyer, when Dyer stood up at the last council meeting with visible injuries, you, Scott Harriman, refused to look at him and give him even the most basic of human respect. Councillor Chittum, following the meeting, you sent a note to your fellow councillors complaining about the emotional tone of public comment, which is meant to criticize you clowns, shine the light on this circus, and give public opinion on matters at hand. Our First Amendment right. You stated that, quote, officials receive unwarranted criticism. Well, guess what? You don't want criticism? Don't take a job as a public servant and don't misuse the seat you temporarily occupy to feed your own ego. You and Harriman are pretenders. Actors feeding your own silly egos. You were more offended by the tone of a survivor rather than those victims who have not received justice. It is disgusting. You are both a disgrace to this community. As you consider whether and how aggressively to confront the Maine Community Foundation, this council needs to take a stand. Whether it be a formal stance or an actual audit, this council needs to act. If you don't, you expose this play for what it really is. A dog and pony show pretending to play politics
That's
while
time.
feeding your own
Thank you.
egos.
Thank you. That's time. Thank you. Further public comment?
Do right.
That's your time. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Zanka. I'm an Auburn resident.
Do you mind just moving the mic a little closer to you for folks at home? Thank you.
Is that better?
Yes, yes. Thank you.
I'm just going to tell you my story. The bullet blasted through my left arm, shattering my bone and destroyed my deltoid muscle. I never thought I would survive. I thought I would never see my children again. It all happened in an instant. Just survival, pure instinct. I was one of the lucky ones. I made it out alive, but my body was severely damaged. The city was on lockdown, and we're all experienced one of the worst mass tragedies ever. I mourned deeply the loss of 18 souls and their families, the pain unimaginable to me. I cried for them. I cried for the community. The outpouring of support was amazing, and I was not going to let that monster define me. I'm fine. I lived. I got this, until I didn't. You just never know when that time comes. Homeland Security, FBI, victims advocates all came to my house once I was out of the hospital and told me not to worry, that all of my bills would be covered. Until it didn't. I was strapped with a $93,000 hospital bill that my insurance company denied coverage. I went to advocates. I spoke with legislators. I was on the phone with insurance company. No one had an answer for me. It was then, almost a year after the shooting, that I started looking at the distribution of funds from the MCF. I realized that each nonprofit had received more than twice the amount that I had from the MCF. I wrote a letter to them expressing my concern. I asked for some kind of acknowledgement that maybe they didn't vet this out very well, that they were sorry, or that they would work with us, acknowledge the oversight, and work together on a remedy. But instead, all I heard was that they did nothing illegal, that they did a good job, and there's nothing to see here. I've watched a few city council meetings where I was surprised at how the council members came across like they were the victims and we were attacking them. So odd to me. I understood the city council has many constituents. The city was traumatized. We all were. Everyone was. Support was needed, but why nonprofits that mostly did not have anything to do with assisting the families and victims of this horrible event? So right the wrong, how do we proceed now? It's difficult when there has been no acknowledgement of wrongdoing. That would be the first step, but instead we look at the ongoing needs of victims. And on that point, it's tough to predict. For instance, I didn't know I was going to have more surgeries. Will I need to have more going forward? I don't know. I have shrapnel. Is there going to be nerve damage? Am I going to have my plates and screws taken out? I don't know. On the topic of mental health, that can be an ongoing issue or come up with years down the road in many forms. I spoke with a disabled veteran in the parking lot, and I asked him, he was a Vietnam vet. I said, do you still have nightmares? He said, yes. That was 50 years ago. So I think...
Thank you. That's time.
Yep.
Further public comment?
Hi there. My name is Destiny Johnson. I'm from Wyndham. I was at Smengi's. I know that none of you can probably imagine this because you've never been in what we've been through at Smengi's or in a shooting. So imagine you're sitting at a high-top table at Smengi's Bar and Grill. To the right, near the half wall in the corner, you've just sat down. You ordered a couple appetizers and some drinks with your friends. Then a man walks in and starts shooting. He came in and started shooting my friend Jennifer right there that just spoke in front of you guys. This isn't a movie scene that happened during the Lewiston mass shooting. I escaped my attempted murder through the kitchen of Smengi's. I ran for my life. In the days followed, the Maine Community Foundation created a fund to support victims. The foundation announced that $6.6 million had been raised. Of that, $1.9 million was distributed to 29 local nonprofit organizations. Now, I'm appreciative of you guys looking into the needs and everything for us, but at first glance, those numbers sound significant. They sound like impact. They sound like help. But when you look closer, serious questions emerge. 2 nonprofit organizations out of 29, Maine Inside Out and Maine Prisoner Advocacy Coalition, each received funding of $65,000, totaling $130,000. The individual associated with these organizations had previously been convicted of murder with a firearm. So this person who murdered someone with a gun received more money than those who were killed by a person with a firearm. Make that make sense. For escaping my own attempted murder, for running through a kitchen while bullets were flying, for living through the trauma of that night, I received only $7,000. While I'm grateful to be alive, but gratitude should not silence accountability. Survivors and families deserve transparency. We deserve to understand how funds were allocated, what criteria were used, and how decisions were made. When millions were raised in the names of victims, the victims should not be the afterthought. This isn't about politics. This isn't about this is about fairness. It's about trust. And it's about honoring the people whose lives were taken and forever changed in Lewiston. The community deserves answers. Survivors deserve clarity. Families deserve to know that funds raised in their loved ones' names were handled with integrity and transparency. While we cannot undo what happened the night at Smengi's or at the bowling alley, we cannot erase the fear, the loss, or the trauma, but we can demand accountability. We can insist that money that was raised for the victims come first.
That's time. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
My name's Lisa Jones. I live in Ward 2. I did not come with prepared public comment tonight. I did not intend to speak unless something really prompted me to. And the speakers that have been speaking about this topic tonight have been saying more important things than I possibly could. I have been speaking on their behalf for over a year now at this podium. I have nothing to do with the mass shooting. I have nothing to do with anyone who received money. I have a very strong moral compass that is adamant that this really giant wrong be corrected. I don't know how any of you can sit up there and continue to make excuses for what has been done. There are people in our community who ran fraudulent nonprofits who received more than twice what a shooting victim got, closed their doors, spent the money, and ran away. You're defending it. I sent Council President Chittum a Maine Community Foundation email that stated one fund, 100%, all goes to victims and survivors. It's probably one of the emails that was already referenced tonight. Councilor President Chittum told me that email was poorly worded and can easily and understandably be misconstrued when taken out of context. The gaslighting and the narrative creating that are going on surrounding this are unbelievable. The survivors are correct. The two funds thing was not from the beginning. Creating a narrative is a political tool that is being used right now to try to change the facts of what happened. And I literally don't know how anybody who sits up there representing Lewiston residents is okay with what happened.
Further public comment for this agenda item?
Ben Ayer, Ward 2. Again, like Lisa said, I have no attachment to this incident that happened. At the time, though, I was coaching 5th and 6th Lewiston football for the rec. During the time of the shooting, we were at Montello practicing, and we heard the sirens go off. I'm a neighbor of the bowling alley. I myself am a kid from downtown Lewiston, and I try to advocate for all kids from downtown Lewiston, and I had 4 or 5 kids that were not supposed to drive home, but I drove them home because they're all my son's friends. And again, we talk about what's morally right and what's wrong. Well, I drove those kids home, and on the way back home, I started talking with my son about what might have happened and why all the cops were blocking us and why we weren't allowed to go to our house. And obviously, we all know what happened, right? Well, I have further since then kind of dove into the youth advocacy. I currently run I head the drug and alcohol support group at Franklin High School, and I'm also a local business owner. I spend a lot of time in the community. I've rubbed elbows with half of the people in this room. I've reached out to half of you on the council directly, and I guess what I'm getting at is I'm happy to see that you guys have come into a resolution and you guys are kind of putting down your differences and trying to come to a resolution. But I guess what I'm getting at is some of those kids that I was coaching that long ago are now going into high school, and we're sitting here still wondering where the money went, who's at fault, and how we're going to help these people. I mean, again, I'm not one to sit here and pass judgment on people, but I think that it's time for some answers, and it's definitely time for some accountability. Thank you.
Matt Roy, Ward 6, Mayor and Councilors. Besides Matt Ager and I speak routinely on transparency and accountability. Per charter and city ordinances, it is correct that you don't have the power to legally compel anything, but you do have the power of the bully pulpit, which politicians love to use in many instances. Again, there's the unethical, and that bully, where you can use the bully pulpit in this instance is actually have Maine Community Foundation actually explain their rationale on the very broad definitions they use of criteria and how members were selected for the committee that actually awarded these, including at least 6, if I remember correctly, executives and other people connected to awarded organizations, awarded themselves money. That is the epitome of unethical and conflict of interest if there ever was one. Thank you.
Further public comment for this agenda item?
Hello, my name is Sherry Stanton. I'm a Lewiston resident and a survivor of the mass shooting. I was at Schmingy's Bar and Grill that night playing in our weekly cornhole league. I was fortunate to make it out without being injured. Others were not so lucky. Our community came together after the shooting to help families of the deceased, survivors, and victims. I have a document from November of 2023 from the Maine Community Foundation that I received at a meeting that was held at the middle school that discussed the fundraising efforts and the goal of the funds being raised by the Maine Community Foundation. At that time, 100% of the funds were to go to families of the deceased, survivors, and victims. I have copies here if anybody wants to see. I'm not really sure when the intent changed for the fund to include giving money to the local nonprofits. It was likely when the money began to roll in a large number and an opportunity was seen. $6.9 million was raised from our community and our country to help people directly impacted by the mass shooting. The steering committee assured us initially that all the funds would go to the family of the deceased victims and survivors. It was disheartening to learn that most of the people from the steering committee had ties to the nonprofits who got a cut from the funds. For the survivors and victims, there have been many challenges over the last few years, as many of us have tried to navigate the trauma and the healing. Several of my friends were seriously injured. For them, there is always ongoing care and a chance for a need for another surgery. Several other friends have shrapnel or even bullets inside of them that have risk of complications moving forward and potential for surgery as things move in their bodies. It doesn't sit right with me that $1.9 million was given to local nonprofits. It's not right, and I don't really think it should have happened. A lot of these organizations had nothing to do with anyone from the shooting and certainly did not provide help or support to the victims or survivor community. One of the only places I feel like we received support was the Maine Resiliency Center. They've been wonderful. The question remains, why was the money raised for the mass shooting victims given to local nonprofits? All of it feels wrong to me and to so many others. Help take care of the people in your community that were deeply impacted by this tragedy and try to do what's right. Thank you.
Thank you. Further public comment?
Hi, my name is Quentin Chapman. I live in Auburn, Maine. I've been asked several times why I come here to Lewiston and speak. I have constituents in my district that were there. I have one that was shot. They wouldn't come here and speak. For them, it's not about the money. The money is second place to the fact that they got put in second place. This terrible event happened, and people thought it was better to give it to NGOs. Today, a young woman I know and I trust posted something, Reagan Paul, and I said, no way, that can't be true. Can't be true. Usually I come with a canned speech. I'm ready to go. So I'm looking at this and this can't be true. Did you know that nonprofits and NGOs, $13.5 trillion. Their GDP, their money surpasses the entire annual GDP of every country except the United States, several combined. And yet we found them to take forefront over our own brothers and sisters, our own community members. Shame. Not only do I think you should give the money back, but I think somebody owes, no, not somebody, I think you all owe an apology at the very least. Good luck.
Further public comment?
Jen Salvatore, a resident of Auburn. Sky Herman, why were you drawing this doodle, or why were you doodling while Ben Dyer was speaking? A man who was shot up to 5 times and was fighting for this, fighting for his life. Is this the scum behind your ear? Right here? Take a look. Honestly, to be honest, my 4-year-old nephew could draw a lot better than you. I wonder what you're doodling now. Will you show us what's in front of you? No, probably not, but it's okay. I can wait. I have time. David Jones.
What are you doodling?
The audience can please be quiet. Please continue, ma'am.
Coward.
Please stop. Thank you.
David Jones will demand accountability. Once the governor and this will
We're
come
not
to light.
campaigning here, so none of that.
Do what needs to be done. David Jones is candidate for fraud
Stop.
and accountability.
Stop. Thank you. Your time is up. Further comments for this agenda item?
Hi, my name is Ifrah Saeed Isa. I am living in Ward 2. I'm also the executive director of IFCA Community Services. We received one of the funds. I didn't have anything prepared today. I just came and I noticed this topic came up, and I feel I have to say something. There's a lot of victims that came here, and I am so sorry what happened that night. It was a nightmare for all of us, but for you more, I bet. I can only imagine the pain, the nightmare. I come from a country where we had civil war and we had a lot of violence. And so for something like that to happen here in Lewiston was very, very scary and re-traumatizing. I feel like instead of pitting each other, pitting us against each other, we should work together in working for more help from the state. Like all the victims should get health care from the state. That night was really a nightmare for all of us. I was up all night long. People were calling me. They didn't know what to do. They didn't know what to say, and I didn't know what to respond. I was just on phone calls trying to understand what happened. And the next day, our team and many other organizations were on the road bringing food to people. Everybody was locked up. They were scared. So I just want to say that everybody in Lewiston was affected. And so to fight over this funding, I feel like there's bigger things that we can unite together and get more funding from the state, as like getting help with health care and the horrible things that have happened to the victims. So as me coming from a ethnical community-based organization, I just want to show you guys my sincerity in how horrible I feel, and we should not be pit against each other. We are all in this together, and we're going to move together forward. Thank you.
Further public comment?
Andrew Jones,
Did
Ward 2.
Did you already speak during this agenda item, sir?
No, I spoke during general public comment.
Please continue.
Thank you. Andrew Jones, Ward 2. I was just...
If we can have it quiet in the audience, please. If you need to talk, go to the hall or text each other. Thank you.
With the previous speaker here, I just wanted to come up and say that it was good of them to admit to coming here and being a recipient of that money. I intended to point that out if they didn't, so that was good on them for that. I would have just rather them apologize for taking the money in the first place. The organization was not entitled to that. The other thing I'd like to say is I understand that this council cannot compel MCF to do anything, but that doesn't preclude you from asking them. A proclamation from the mayor or a statement from the council calling upon them to do the right thing, like that sign back there says, do right, that would be huge. We haven't seen that yet. Maybe Scott can send him a photo of a doodle. I don't know. Thank you.
How you guys doing? Okay, I'm from Sabatis.
Your name, sir?
Brandon Pelletier.
Thank you.
I don't ever come to these things. I'm not going to say that night really affected me personally, okay? I was going to go bowling that night with my boy. It didn't happen. I feel for these families that have to deal with this. Now me, I'm a United States Army combat veteran. I served 2 tours in Afghanistan, 08, 09, 10, 11. 18-month tour and a 12-month tour. Okay? I've been shot at over 1,000 times, blown up 5 times. The biggest concern that I have for these folks is the mental health. Someone that knows post-traumatic stress disorder. Okay? I'm not going to point the fingers at any one of you. Whoever was involved, they're going to feel something. When these people start having breakdowns later on in life, mental illness, post-traumatic stress comes back and haunt them. There ain't enough alcohol in this town that can mask and cover up their emotions. I'm going to tell you that right now. After that happens, comes thoughts of suicide. I've been there. I know. Okay? These people are going to need every little bit of help that they can. They got enough financial stress, hospital bills, everything else. It's just going to compile and compile. These people are going to need all the help they can get. Now, I do pray. I know some people that were injured, shot, and killed in that. I know what it's like losing friends in battle. I was trained to deal with it. I dealt with it until I couldn't. The same thing's going to happen to these people. It's only been a couple years. 5 years from now, 10 years from now, it's going to get worse for them. It's going to come back because they're going to, see memorials, see pictures. They go to the bowling alley. They're going to feel the same thing. Now, my biggest thing is, if any one of you guys are involved with the whole disbursement of funds, you will feel guilt and shame when they start committing suicide. And that's not something you want on your shoulders. And I'm not going to sit there and point the fingers and be like, it's you, Mayor, or you. I don't know any of you. Okay? It's something that you're going to have to live with. And I pray that these families get the help that they need. All right? And I think you guys as City of Lewiston should come together and actually make it right on them. I'm not going to come up there and be like, oh, different ethnicity and all that. That ain't what it is. The people that are involved were the people that involved. The people that were there to witness it. I seen bodies. Don't bother me anymore.
That's time. Thank
Okay?
you.
Good luck.
Further public comment?
Martin Chartrand, Ward 3. I'll also say I wasn't directly impacted with the shooting. I was simply a resident of the area at the time. Was really saddened by it. And listening to the stories tonight, I'm also shocked that people that took bullets that night don't have their health care bills paid for. That's wrong. And that should be changed. And I also know that nobody sitting up there was involved with the specific at the Union Community Foundation. I support accountability and transparency. I don't have anything to do with any of the groups that were involved in that either. I'm just saddened by the discussion being so focused on with one need competing with another. I wish and I believe that, I know we're in a society where we're based on scarcity, so we think that if one group gets more, another group needs to get less, or that if one group gets less, it's because of someone else getting something. I think we can live in a world where that's not the case, where there is more if we demand it from where, there's lots of resources out there, the state and the federal government has, and a lot of that was promised and should be coming. It's not just because there were groups in Lewiston that got money. And I just invite folks to remember that it's not always a competition. Thanks.
Further public comment for this agenda item? Going once. All right, public comment is now closed. Back to the council. Yes, Councilor Longchamps.
First, I would just like to say thank you to everyone that had the courage to stand up and talk today. I can't even begin to relate to what anybody went through. My daughter was one of the first officers that went into the bowling alley that night, and it was just devastating what she shared with us. So, again, I would like to just say that I'm sorry for everything that you've gone through. All I can do right now is just really try to assess what the needs are. That's where we are at this point. I would love for Maine Community Foundation to come here and do a workshop or a presentation of how the money was distributed, because that seems to be a very large concern from a lot of the victims and survivors. I can't make that happen, but I would encourage that if they're listening. I think that's what the community is asking. We may not like all of the answers, but I do think it would be better than an email or just something posted on their website. As far as the nonprofits, I'll be honest, I don't agree with how that was distributed. I wish that there was a way that they could just give it back if they felt compelled to. I don't know that that can happen. A couple of years now have passed, and I just don't know that that's possible. But I do know that we're here today. I know that we're trying to come together to figure out what we can do moving forward. We need to make sure that needs are met. We need to make sure that people are taken care of that was traumatized in those two separate places. And I just hope and pray that that we can do that we can come together as a city to make sure that needs are met. And I believe that we can. We have a great administrator that is willing to help us with this, to work alongside organizations, and I'm really grateful for that. So I know this may not be the answer that everyone is looking for, but I do think it is a step in the right direction. And I think everything else will follow. I think we'll be surprised at people stepping up and wanting to do the right thing. So again, I want to thank you guys for coming, and I'm sorry that you've even had to experience anything like this. But I think together we can continue to move forward. It'll be forever changed, but I do think that we can take care of some of the concerns that we've heard tonight. And I'm grateful that some of the counselors here seem to be on board for that. Thank you.
Councilor Martel, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to thank everyone who came out and spoke. I can only imagine how brave you must be, and how difficult that must be to relive that and to share that in public on live stream. I hear a lot of, I would like to recognize what seems to be a change of tone from the body up here. I think there was a common held belief, it was repeated nationally, statewide, that there were feelings by a lot of people that this body didn't care. And I'm glad to see that changing. I'm glad to hear the tone and a little bit of the narrative changing. I think it's important that we continue to look at the needs that remain, whether that's hiring a third party, someone that can do that and find out But an emotion that I've heard overwhelmingly tonight from a lot of the speakers, and one that I'm sharing, is one of anger. I know we want to stay positive and everyone wants to move forward and get along, but I'm angry. I'm angry because money was misplaced. Money went to people that didn't deserve it. And I think that a lot of people are angry for a lot of different reasons, but I think I can only imagine, but when you were a victim of this shooting or your family was directly affected by this, and you see money going to places where it had no business going, and you've got a group that was brought on to be the professionals and to make sure that this was done in a right way, and it simply wasn't. It might have been done in a legal way. The Attorney General has rubber stamped whatever the behaviors were, and there won't be any criminal charges, but it was not done the right way. And I stand by that, and it sounds like a lot of the people who were directly affected by this feel like that. I am not above looking at every single one of the nonprofits at the Maine Community Foundation, finding out where the accountability for the mistakes lie, owning some mistakes, and making sure those mistakes don't happen going forward. There's a lot of tragedies that are probably still going to happen, and when the good people of this country dig into their own pocket to try to help those in need during a time of tragedy, we do not want to dissuade them and prevent that from happening and squashing the good nature of the people of this country by them not having any faith in the process of where that money is going to go or where it's going to end up, or if it ends up in some quickly set up nonprofit that was just as quickly closed and there's no idea where the money went. So I am frustrated and I want some accountability, and I think that the idea, we are the second biggest city in Lewiston. And as a group, we are a very, very powerful group. 4 of us out of the 7 of us can do a lot in this city. We may not have subpoena power to compel people to come here and testify in front of us and whatnot, but we can issue proclamations. We can use the bully pulpit like someone mentioned in public comment. We are a body of resources and influence. And I think that if we want to use it, we can. And I think it's going to take a commitment from people on this body to truly do that. But it is within our means to do a lot more than we've done. And I will stand by that. So whether or not we really want to do something is the question that should be asked of this group tonight. And I understand that with the resolution that's in front of us, we can't address all of the things that I'm saying. I would like tonight for this to be the first step of many. And I think that there is frustration and anger that is not misplaced. And I think that getting accountability and finding out where the mistakes were made and getting some people to own some missteps will go a long way. And like Councilor Longchamp said, I don't know if we can claw any of the money back at this point, but I would certainly want to see some of that happen too if we could. I know that may be out of the grasp of this council, but there are a lot of things that are not outside the grasp of this council right now, and I would like to see us do something more about it.
Further comments from councilors? Listen, yeah, I mean, we understand the October 25th shooting was our darkest hour, and I appreciate everyone who came here and spoke. Thank you very much. And absolutely, all of us around here care about the victims and the survivors and the families. And I absolutely support finding out, conducting in a way that respects, survivors and victims' privacy. Determining what needs still are. Yeah. What is, Councilor Longchamps, do you, one second, Administrator Cainrath, do we just need a motion to direct you to work with a community organization? It's already been put forth that the Maine Resiliency Center would be willing to help conduct a survey. What is needed at this point?
Well, we do have the workshop scheduled for the next meeting, where they will present at the next meeting, correct? So perhaps we want to take in their presentation and have some Q&A with them before deciding a specific path forward. I don't know if that may make sense to just do that at the next meeting.
That does make some sense to me. Councillor Longchamps, how do you feel about this?
It makes sense to me. That was basically what I was going to ask, and just to make the public aware that on the 17th of March, we will have a meeting with the Maine Resiliency Center to have that discussion. Is that what we're going to do? To have the first initial discussion on how things might look or go?
Yes, the director will be here from the Range Resiliency Center and her staff to do a presentation. Then we can have we'll schedule some time for her to do a presentation of what they do, and then a time for Q&A with you folks.
And then, based on that presentation, determine next steps.
That would be my suggestion, yes.
Yeah, makes some sense to me. Anything further, Councillor Longchamps?
No, just basically to say, you know, we can't take care of this in one meeting or overnight. It's going to take time. So your patience is very much appreciated. But just know that we are trying to do what we can to make sure that needs, if they haven't been met, that they will be. So thank you.
Councillor Najin, yes.
I just wanted to say, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to say first and foremost that I do appreciate everybody coming out tonight. I know that I had a conversation with Rick Gaye recently concerning the fire department response. And one of the things that was pointed out was a lot of our first responders came into these spaces where victims had passed away. Victims had been injured. They're asking for help. They didn't know who was in the building. They didn't know what threats were there. And there was a lot of support for the first 3 weeks. People kept dropping by the fire station, dropping off food, being like, hey, is there anything we can do for you folks, right? That 3 weeks passed and then nothing. And I'm sure that in many ways, the survivors feel the exact same way. There was a huge outpouring of support immediately based on the fact that we knew that what happened to us was not right and was not our fault. You know, it brought us all together for about a month. And then we're dealing with a situation that so many people are suffering with trauma, with bills, with all kinds of different issues that have not been resolved, don't have an advocate. And I would say, I'm not sure if the Lewiston City Council can fix all of that, but I am quite sure that we can advocate so that just like we went through a period of, through the inquiry about the shooting that happened originally, possibly we could get state representation in order to make sure that people are made as whole as they can be made. You know, unfortunately, some of us will never get past that night. Some of us never had the opportunity to get past that night. But the victims should not be forgotten and should have supports.
I don't want to put you on the spot, but Danielle, I see you in the audience here. Is there anything that you'd like to say?
We're happy to present on the 17th, and it's been enlightening to hear some of the feedback from folks that we know and others that we don't know. And we would welcome any information about.
Sorry, do you mind at this? Sorry, do you just for our audience at home? If you could just start over, that'd be great.
Sure. I'm Danielle Perry. I'm the director of the Maine Resiliency Center. I'm a resident of Sabattis. I have walked alongside the victims and survivors for the past 2+ years now, and realize that given our small team, there's no way we could possibly know all the unmet needs and all the future needs that might be out there. So I'm happy to come to present to council to share what resources we do have available, to learn more about what there is going on in the community that we may not be aware of, and to help support connecting resources with those who are in need of those resources. So,
Thank you very much, and thank you for your service at the Resiliency Center. So I think we have a course of action, councilors. This will be next meeting, Deputy Administrator?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, on the 17th.
Okay. All right. Thank you all. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
Yeah. There was no motion here, right, Madam Clerk?
Correct.
Okay. All right. We are now moving to item number 1.
item number 1, public hearing and final passage for a moratorium ordinance regarding rent increases for lots in mobile home parks. Requested action that the proposed moratorium ordinance regarding rent increases for lots in mobile home parks receive final passage by a roll call vote.
We're going to give it just a second here. May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Councilor Harriman,
Second.
signed by Councilor Najin. Discussion among councilors? Councilor Chittum, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have passed this in first reading. This is the second reading tonight. We heard a number of people testifying who are owners of mobile homes on rented property within mobile home parks at our last meeting. Since that last meeting, I have received, and I believe we've all received at least four communications from owners of mobile home parks. 3 of them came from Bovita, which is the California owner of the three largest parks in Lewiston, and one was from a local owner of a park. They made excellent points in their letters to us, points which I hope we will bring up if this moratorium passes tonight during the ensuing 180 days when we work to resolve this issue so that it is fair to everyone. We certainly want to protect the people who are subject to rent increases, but we also want to ensure that the owners of the mobile home parks have sufficient resources that they can operate them properly. The moratorium that we're voting on tonight gives us 180 days, about a half a year, for us to work out those issues and make certain that if there is action to be taken locally, that it's being done with the concerns of all parties in mind.
Councilor Najin.
So I would just say, if this resolution passes tonight, in order to move the moratorium forward, that one, we should consider aiming to remove that moratorium quicker than the 180 days if we can, and then also referring this work to a subcommittee of the Housing Committee if they are so willing, in order to work out. We know that there are laws in place right now that that function in certain ways. We know that the advocacy may be missing in certain parts. There's questions about junk fees. There's questions about other pieces as far as like the shared cost of sewage or electricity, things like that. If we can get this moved forward quickly and hand it back to either put in specific ordinance that may be needed, or to basically, do our due diligence to say we're taking care of this section of people while not damaging the business owners, I think that would be key. So.
Public comment for this agenda item.
My name is John Geary, and I'm in Ward 6, a resident of Fox Run Mobile Home Park. And I support the moratorium, but simply as a way to get you to come up with an ordinance that gives us some protection. The current state law is found in Title 10, Section 9093-B. And if you look at it even cursorily, you may come to the same conclusion I did, that it was drafted by lobbyists for the mobile home park owners, because it has absolutely no teeth, and worse than that, it establishes this vague notion of average lot rent, and it allows the owners of the mobile home parks to determine what that average is, which is ridiculous. They can say that average is, say, $100 more than current rents. And then on top of that, they can add the consumer price index plus 1% for the Northeast. So we currently pay $550, and if they claimed to us that average lot with the amenities that we have, average lot rent was $650, and they could multiply that by 1.405 if 3.5 was the month's consumer price index when they give the notice, and that would be an actual increase in rent of 23.5%, which isn't, I don't think, what any of you really would like to see. We understand that park ownership is a business. We understand that there has to be something built in for increases. We expect increases. But what we would like to see on the level of the city is to establish that there is a base rent, and the base rent should be the existing rent for any lot at a date certain, which would be sometime during the moratorium period or when a new ordinance is enacted. Then, if we add the consumer price index plus 1% on top of that on an annual basis, that's reasonable. We can all, I don't know if everyone can live with it, but most of us could live with it. And it certainly, if you built in a process where a park owner has extraordinary expenses that they didn't have the previous year, there should be a mechanism for them to come and prove that there has been increases that were out of their control, and if that's the case, maybe they can get an exemption. There's a lot to be considered. We're not just looking for you.
Thank you, sir. That's time.
Thank you.
Further public comment for this agenda item?
Ryan Salvatore, Auburn resident. So the affordability crisis is a widespread issue, not just the state of Maine, but all over the country, and it's just that, it's a crisis. We have a lot of people who are on fixed income in the state of Maine. I think we have one of the highest amount of retirees in the state of Maine. A lot of people come to this state to retire. The big problem that I would have with this agenda item would be that it might wind up actually putting people who own parks out of business if they have caps on their increases for rent. And in that case, we'd be putting all these people out of homes. We'd actually do the opposite of what we're intending to do here if these people aren't able to continue to operate their parks. So I think we should all get a little bit more detail into exactly how much, what the profit margins are on here, and if they have any room that we can, wiggle in some kind of moratorium on increases on lot rent. But I think the biggest thing that we could do as a city is stop all the wild spending. There's been so much wild spending with no real audit and paper trail.
That's not germane to this topic.
It is, because the agenda
It is
item...
absolutely not. We're talking about lot rents here. So if you want to continue using your minute and 44 seconds to talk about that, please do so. But we will be staying on topic.
All right, thank you for taking 15 minutes of my time. Also, you didn't say thank you for your service for the veteran that came up, but you did say it for the person who was related to managing the funds for the shooting. Anyway, I just don't think that this is a good way to stop people from losing their homes. Like I said last time, do you want your citizens to die in Walmart, or do you want them to die in their own homes? And I don't think this is an effective measure to be able to avoid that future. If these people who own these mobile home parks aren't able to continue to maintain their profit margins and they go negative, they're going to sell it. It'll become a storage lot, and then they won't have a home to live in to begin with. So I think the real answer to this question is cutting taxes and cutting spending, because that would reduce the amount that the taxpayer in the city is obligated out of their own pocket, and that would actually help our citizens. And I think David Jones understands that.
Well, we're not campaigning. Your time's up. Thanks. Further public comment for this agenda item. And I encourage the public to remain on topic.
Good evening. My name is Julie Ann Smith, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Manufactured Housing Association of Maine. I would like to focus on the impact this ordinance would have on local ownership and on the people who live and work here in Lewiston. Lewiston has 10 manufactured housing communities. 8 of them have fewer than 50 sites. These are not large institutional operations. They are small businesses. In many cases, they are owned by individuals and families who live locally, pay property taxes locally, hire local contractors, and reinvest directly in their communities. They plow the roads, repair the water lines, repave pavement, manage stormwater systems, and maintain common areas with local labor. A blanket moratorium would not distinguish between a large national operator and a Lewiston-based small business owner. It would apply equally to both, but the financial impact would not be equal. Small, locally owned parks operate on narrow margins. One park told me they lost $22,000 last year. When insurance premiums rise, when road materials increase in cost, when property taxes go up, those increases are real and immediate. If revenue is artificially frozen while operating costs continue to climb, it is the smallest operators, the ones rooted in this community, who are harmed first. And when small operators are harmed, the consequences are local. Deferred maintenance, delayed infrastructure upgrades, reduced reinvestment. In the worst cases, pressure to sell to larger out-of-state entities better positioned to absorb regulatory constraints. Ironically, a policy motivated in part by concerns about non-local ownership could accelerate exactly that outcome. This ordinance also singles out one segment of housing providers while leaving apartments, duplexes, and single-family rentals unaffected. Many of those are also locally owned. Selectively restricting one property type creates an uneven playing field within our own community and sends a signal that investment in manufactured housing, one of the few remaining sources of naturally occurring affordable home ownership, carries heightened regulatory risk. It is also important to remember that Maine law already provides a process for residents to challenge increases above CPI +1 through mediation if a majority oppose the increase. The legislature chose a balanced statewide framework, and I can assure you that was drafted by the legislators, not by any lobbyists. If Lewiston adopts a categorical moratorium layered on top of that system, it raises serious legal concerns and uncertainty that disproportionately affects small local operators who do not have the resources for prolonged legal disputes. None of this is to dismiss the concerns raised by residents. Affordability matters, stability matters, but solutions should strengthen local housing, not unintentionally weaken the very small businesses that sustain it. If the council's goal is to protect Lewiston residents, I respectfully urge you to consider the full local impact on the residents, but also on the small property owners, contractors, employees, and families who live and work here and who are part of the fabric of the city. We share the same goal: stable, safe, and sustainable affordable housing in Lewiston. I encourage continued dialogue and careful legal review before adopting a policy that could have
That's
lasting
time.
unintended
Thank you.
consequences. Thank you.
John St. Hilaire, I'm Ward 6. I live at Fox Run Homes. I don't know, she read so fast I can't, made my head spin. So she mentioned some things that I just want to reiterate, differences, like apartments compared to mobile homes. Mobile homes we purchase, we are on leased land. So we have a mortgage, we pay taxes, we pay all the repairs. The only thing they furnish is plowing in the the winter, and that's just the roads. In the summer, they'll mow the grassy areas that are communal. Also, we are part of a group that really, we do not have places we can go. If we do not stay in our homes, there's no senior housing available. And the difference between apartment owners and us, everything's furnished to them. They get heat, hot water, electricity, they get the snow removal, they get the lawns mowed. We as living in a park, we get nothing besides what I just mentioned. We pay everything: heat, water. We do our own snow blowing. We mow our lawns, and we pay our taxes. So I just want people that don't realize that it's a big difference between renting and living in a park. We're not given everything. we really have to work for it. Thank you.
Thank you for the public comment. Step right up. Public comment, okay.
Good evening, councilors. My name is Adam Kranz, and I'm a member of the team that oversees day-to-day operations at Country Lane, Stetson Brook, and Fox Run here in Lewiston. My responsibility is to ensure that these communities remain safe, well-maintained, and sustainable for the long term. We understand that some residents are facing real financial pressure right now. Rising costs create uncertainty, and for some households, housing stability feels fragile. We take that seriously. But it's important to understand the practical impact of a rent increase moratorium. Operating a manufactured home community is not a static endeavor. Roads deteriorate, water and sewer systems require repair and maintenance, snow must be plowed, trees trimmed, insurance, labor, materials, and regulatory costs continue to rise whether rents change or not. When revenue is frozen while expenses increase, hard decisions about spending must be made. If a moratorium is enacted, we will be forced to reassess several planned investments. At Country Lane, we are planning a significant road repair project this spring. Under a moratorium, that would likely be postponed or the scope of that project significantly reduced. That is simply the financial reality of rising costs without corresponding revenue increases. At Stetson Brook, ownership has been preparing to develop 50 new home sites. Projects like that require upfront capital and financial certainty. A moratorium would immediately delay that development for the duration of the ordinance and likely longer due to the uncertainty this moratorium would create. The result of a yes vote tonight is deferred maintenance and stalled affordable housing expansion for one of the last organic affordable housing options available to Lewiston residents. Rent adjustments are not arbitrary. Ownership evaluates actual operating costs and market conditions carefully. When increases occur, the goal is for increases to be predictable and gradual, not sudden and significant. The current ownership group for these parks are long-term owners, not short-term investors. They intend to hold these communities for decades. Revenue is largely reinvested locally through contractors, vendors, materials, and jobs here in Lewiston. Their success depends on stable communities and long-term trust. We are willing to offer a rent increase holiday for residents facing financial hardship if this blanket moratorium does not pass. This would provide targeted relief to those who need it most, while allowing time for thoughtful evaluations without unintended consequences. A blanket moratorium may feel protective in the short term, but it risks postponed repairs, delayed housing expansion, and reduced long-term stability. If the goal here truly is lasting stability for residents and the community, we respectfully ask the council to vote no, and instead bring together residents, the city, and the ownership group to find a balanced solution. Thank you.
Well, you can discuss outside, please. We're not conversing with each other in here. Please talk outside. Thank you. Please continue, sir.
Good evening, Craig Saddlemeyer, Lewiston resident, Ward 4, chair of the city's Housing Committee. Housing Committee hasn't taken a position on the issue, so I'm speaking neither for nor against. But to Councilor Najian's question, the Housing Committee, I think, would be happy to take this subject on if it's something of interest to the council. The state, I would agree with one of the residents' assessments earlier that I think the state really dropped the ball on the legislation that it passed to address this issue. It's not really, it does not give any kind of enforceable or binding power to the residents or to anyone to oversee what is done with rent and to ensure that it's reasonable. It's largely basically a recommendation that they talk to each other is what it amounts to. So that aside, the state has developed, I have not looked at it closely yet, but I know the state has developed a model ordinance for local towns and municipalities to adopt at the local level. So those resources are available. I know that the governor's office is very interested in this subject, and the legislature remains interested in this subject. So at any rate, I think looking at what model ordinance has been produced is where our committee would begin. And then doing our own research and seeing what would be best for Lewiston. If that's what council would like to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Jean Perrault, and I live in Country Lane Estates. Since the park was sold, we have already had a $138 increase. Now, that park, I am guessing, has about 80% of elderly, which I'm beginning to hear the elderly are selling their places because they cannot afford the rent. And we have nowhere else to go. These big companies who bought us do not care about us. They want us to pay the same rents that they charge the people in California. And I'm just going to deviate a little bit. Down in Florida, I lived in a park where you owned your own home. We went and had a petition to buy from the original owner. They needed 51%. We had the 51%, and she refused us. Because you know why? They had two mobile home parks that were selling, ours and the one on Stetson Road. They got $22 million for that. Now, I'm going to be 80 years old pretty soon. My partner, who's going to be 83, we're going to be out in the street because they keep going up with the rent, not understanding that we pay our taxes and we pay property taxes. We should not have to pay property taxes if we're paying rent. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Further public comment?
Hi, my name is Chrissy Montecalvo. I live in Lewiston, and I am also the community manager for 3 of the Lewiston mobile home parks. So I'm speaking as both an employee and as a resident. Before the park was sold, I worked with the prior owners. They managed the park well. When the residents had issues, they responded quickly and professionally. Most communication happened by phone or email instead of face-to-face, but the level of service was there. When the park was going to be sold, one thing that mattered a lot to the prior owners was finding someone who would keep taking care of the community and the people who live there. That mattered to me too, because this just wasn't just a job, wasn't where I work, it's where I live too, it's my home. And I'll be honest, I was uneasy about the sale. One option that was discussed was residents buying the community themselves. For me personally, that wasn't something I could support, because based on the purchase price and financing, it would have meant my rent and everyone else's going up a minimum of $200 a month. That was not affordable to me, and it was deeply concerning. I was also worried that the new owners might come in and make big changes or raise rents quickly. But after working with the current owners, that hasn't been my experience. What I've seen is a different approach to communication and support. We're staffed in the office 4 days a week. Residents can come in and talk to someone in person. And when repairs are needed, whether it's equipment, material, or hiring vendors, ownership is there to support that. When something comes up, we address it quickly, just like we always have. I work hard to take care of the residents, and I do feel supported in doing that. I also want to say honestly, I share some of the same worries that residents have. I don't like rent increases either. I live here too, but I think we can do a better job explaining longer-term plans so people know what to expect. That's something I care about and want to keep improving. From what I see day to day, freezing rents completely has real consequences. Costs don't stop. When there's no flexibility, it affects maintenance, repairs, and improvements. Over time, that hurts the community we all live in. I believe the current owners want to be here long-term. They want to invest in the park and work with residents, not against them. I believe there are better ways to help people who are struggling without putting the whole community at risk. So I'm asking the council respectfully, please do not vote for this moratorium. Please give us the chance to work together, residents, the city, and ownership, on a solution that protects people who need help while still allowing the community to be cared for properly. I do care about this place. I live here, I work here, and I want to see it stay a
That's
community
time.
we're all
Thank
proud
you.
of. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jackie Willett. I live at Country Lane Estate. They say they take care of everything, but you cannot even go to the trash can to put your stuff in there because it is so slippery, and those stairs are so slippery that I have to have either my great-granddaughter to go do it or somebody, because if I fall, I'm done. I've had plenty of surgeries and I cannot do those. Why don't they clean it, at least where the dumpster is, and it's so slippery that it won't hurt any, like they said, I'm gonna be 82, so I'm not gonna go slip and slide everywhere. And another thing I can't understand is, they said that you gotta take care of everything, which I try to do my best, and I do. But the thing I don't understand is, if I'm renting a lot and I have 2 trees in front of my trailer. So if one of my trees is sick and it has to be cut down, I have to pay the $300 or $400 to have that tree cut down because it's on the lot that I'm renting. It does that. I'm only renting the lot. I shouldn't have to pay for the 2 trees that were there when I got the lot. So things like that. And they say they're gonna fix the street. Those bumps, I tell you, you go 10 miles an hour and it hurts under your car, and another expense. But we're all old over there. Last time I came, I had 125 signatures of all the ones that had the same problem as I do. And I don't know who it was, they took our signature, my statement and the signatures, so I am not making it up. I brought a few friends tonight, and now I'm worried because of the snow. It's slippery and I gotta get home, but I'm just here to hopefully help the ones that need it. Thank you.
You drive safe. Further public comment?
My name is James Malkett. I live at 24 Fox Run Drive. And when the new owners took over, within a few months, my rent went up $50 from $500 to $550. Any new people coming in are paying $600. And sooner or later, mine's going to be at $600.
If I can have it quiet in the room, please. Thank you. Please continue, sir.
Yeah. And another thing, we used to have our water read by a meter and adjusted to each individual trailer. Now everybody gets the same bill. I don't know how this goes. The neighbor next door to me wasn't there. She's been in a nursing home for months, and she got a $40 a month water bill. And all she's doing is dripping water because it's too darn cold out. I don't think that's fair to her to pay $40, me pay $40. Other people that are probably 3 or 4 people in the household are using more than I'm using, they paying $40. They stopped reading the water meters and just generally giving everybody the same bill. And, like we pay our rent, we pay taxes. We do our own lawns. They plow the road. Not a good job, but they plow the road. The previous owners, it was down to the pavement. Now we got snow on the road after they plow and it turns to ice. I walk the dog down the road and back. Sometimes the dog can't walk on, he's slipping around as much as I am. So, they say they're doing a great job doing our parks. Well, they're not doing as good as the previous owners. The previous owners read the meters. We got a water bill quarterly, and we knew how to budget for that. All of a sudden, they tell us within a month you're going to have monthly water bills. We don't budget that way. Now we have to figure out how we're going to budget. And they should have given us at least 3 or 4 months to get, we're on fixed incomes for the most part. Thank you.
Thank you for the public comment. Public comment is now closed. Back to the council. Councilor Najin.
So first and foremost, thank everybody for coming out and speaking, both for and against. I do think, again, coming back to Council President Chittum, if this is to pass tonight, we should possibly figure out how we're going to corral some of the complaints as well as also some of the feedback from the park owners and move this quickly through the housing committee, because I do think we kind of opened the Pandora's box at this point. I'm afraid that if we do not pass this moratorium, we will see increases immediately, and so we have to figure out where the flaws are and where the complaints are, and also make sure that we're not doing something that's going to damage the ability of these parks to manage their spaces. So that's just my take on it.
Councilor Chittum, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree with Councilor Najin that we need to make this as rapid as possible. Unfortunately, we have a heavy load ahead of us over the next 3 or 4 months. 180 days seems like a long time. It may not be. I would advocate for a rapid resolution. But as he pointed out, and several of the people pointed out tonight, this moratorium was aimed specifically and is aimed specifically at lot rent increases. It talks nothing about maintenance, and we've heard several complaints that maintenance of the mobile home parks and communities has deteriorated since new ownership has taken over. That's an issue that should be addressed. It is not addressed in this moratorium. I very much appreciate Mr. Saddlemeyer's willingness to take this on in the Housing Committee. I'd like to offer whatever help I can in that regard. And I would like to see this done as rapidly as possible. The longer this is frozen, the more people are waiting for an answer. So I'm hoping that the council will pass this moratorium tonight and that we'll get right to work on it. And again, I thank Mr. Saddlemeyer for his willingness to assume this within the Housing Committee.
Yes, back to you, Councilor Najin.
I just wanted to make a distinct point as well. We have some seniors in our community that may run into issues with paying their property tax. They are not, if they're occupying that home, they are not evicted from that home. They'll accrue bills, and they'll continue to accrue bills until that home is no longer occupied, and then the city collects its money. That doesn't happen in a mobile home park. If you can't pay your lot rent, you got to go, even though you own the home. And so that, I think, is one of the challenges when we're talking about people on limited incomes. Like, how do we make sure that people do get to stay at home? And so, and it's a concern of mine because, especially in my neighborhood, there are several people who are on fixed incomes who are managing very small amounts of money in order to stay housed. If somebody could just pull the property out from under them, that would be horrendous.
Councilors, it sounds like we want to send this to the Housing Committee, and then Administrator Kainrath would the appropriate department be planning and code to work on an ordinance?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So I think sending it to the Housing Committee along with input from Planning and Code and taking it from there sounds appropriate. Further comments before we vote, councilors? Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counsel from Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
No.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 6 to 1.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Thank you for coming. Have a wonderful evening. Yes, and drive safe. I don't know how much snow has accumulated, but there's bound to be some.
Mr. Mayor,
item number 2.
Brief break?
Wait, what?
Could we have a brief recess?
We're now taking a brief recess. Yes, wonderful
you.
idea. Thank you.
That was great. Thank you for the
Hello, thank you. Please take a seat or take your conversations to the hall. We are back. Madam Clerk, thank you for coming back. I believe we're gonna jump to item 6, Madam Clerk.
Okay. Item number 6.
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry. Could you ask the council if they approve moving the agenda around like this? I don't know whether we will or not, but it's the council's decision, sir.
Unless there's like strong objection, I would like to move to item 6.
For the purposes of asking the council's opinion, I'm going to strongly object to rearranging the agenda.
I appreciate that. Seeing that as the only objection, Councilor Najin, yes.
So this has been brought up before, and I'm going to bring it up again. We have the ability to change the order in which we put things in the packets, and it seems like multiple times we've decided that we need to move things, right? So maybe as a body, we should have a discussion, not tonight, but at some point, so that we don't have to jump agenda items. That's all.
Thank you, Councilor Najin. Councilor Harriman, would you like to weigh in?
Yeah, same here. I've brought this point up before, and it still continues on. We can arrange the agenda in any order we want. We know which items are going to be interesting to the public, and we should just arrange them in that order so we don't just keep people waiting who thought they were going for the first agenda item, or potentially have somebody who thought they were going to come later for a later item not be able to speak. So it's annoying, to be honest.
Thank you. We are now, Councilor Najin, I'd like to put a pin in this, but do you have something else?
Just really quickly, one of the things too is that when we have city staff that needs to speak to agenda items, it is good to put that towards the front if they don't have to be here till the end of the meeting. It's something that I think has come up a few times, but for instance, moving this to the front of the agenda is good because we have a member of city staff that could probably go home after the presentation. So,
yeah, and the sooner we get started, the sooner that can all happen. Thank you, councilors, for all chiming in. Appreciate you all as always. Madam Clerk, item number 6.
Mr. Mayor, point of order.
Hello, yes, Councilor.
I have objected, and I believe under the rules of our engagement that calls for a council vote. I would request a vote, please.
You know what? Happy to oblige. I would like, Madam Clerk, how should we proceed on a vote for this?
So Councilor Chittum is calling for a vote, so basically making a motion to have a vote whether item 6 should be addressed at this time or during the regular course of business when it comes up chronologically on the agenda.
Yes, I believe you're understanding it correctly, Madam Clerk. Yes. Can we? I think Madam Clerk has just read the motion. Can I have a first, please?
That's the motion. Yes.
Yes.
That we address item 6 in its proper order. So a yes vote will put the item 6 after item 5 and before item 7, and a no vote will put item 6 on the current item agenda.
Okay, so a no vote means that we can do item 6 now. Am I understanding it, Councilor Chittum?
That's my understanding, yes.
Can we make this simple? I would like the motion to read that we can do item number 6 now, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, in the extent, and not to prolong this silliness any further, I will cede my motion to your motion, sir.
Thank you. Yeah, we're having fun up here. Councilor Longchamps, yes.
I think we should just continue on. Yeah.
I would like to continue on with item number 6.
Okay,
but,
let's do it.
Some councilors are insisting that we vote. And so that's what we're attempting to do. Councilor Harriman, would you like to weigh in again?
Yes, I would be okay with proceeding with item 6 now, but if you didn't pick agenda items like bingo balls, we wouldn't have to have this whole discussion.
This is, you've made your point, Councilor Harriman, and you're now, yes, thank you. Councilors, unless there's strong objection, I would like to just move on with item number 6.
Let's do it.
Madam Clerk, the Roberts rules on are behind you. Just throw it out the window. We don't need it.
I appreciate the council's willingness to dispense with bureaucracy. It says, Councilor Noble, I would like to recognize you.
I just want to say that I asked to move it up because there were children in the back, and I figured they wanted to go home.
Yes. You know, there's. Sorry. I
appreciate you.
Yes. The only person who hasn't spoken, Councilor Martell, are you amenable to moving this up?
Yes.
Councilor Roy, I apologize for ignoring you for a second.
Oh, I'm good.
Okay.
I was with her.
All right. Now that we've got that out of our system, item number 6, Madam Clerk.
Item number 6, order authorizing a financial guarantee agreement with Milltown Sports and Entertainment LLC for the acquisition of the Colisee. Requested action to adopt the order authorizing a financial guarantee agreement with Milltown Sports and Entertainment LLC for the acquisition of the Colisee.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Councilor Martell, seconded by
Myself.
Councilor Najin. Acting Director Blay, thank you for joining us. Mr. Bostic, thank you for joining us. Please kick us off.
You want to start? There we go.
You know, in your defense, you didn't know if we were going to actually do this agenda item now or not, so. Please continue, please continue.
You can start with this piece. So I'll start here. My name's Nate Bostic, for anyone in the room that doesn't know me. I met with council earlier, which was great. I appreciate the time. Once again, I've been coming to the city of Lewiston for about 5 years now, about 19 months now, on a regular basis working on this project. Yes, it's a hockey rink, but I see it as a much bigger picture, and I laid that out to everybody here earlier this evening. But it's about community. It's about helping kids. It's about being inclusive. It's about giving kids an opportunity to grow the game of hockey that never had a chance to play the sport. And we've done that since day one here. Has it been perfect? No. People from the back of the room can tell you we've had our ups and downs. But I'm still sitting here. It's been 19 months. I still want to see the success of the Colisee, and I still want to see the kids across the street, the kids from neighborhoods that would never have entered a hockey rink, come in and play the game. Along with that, obviously, we spoke. It's not just a rink. We have tried our first concert. We have had wrestling. We're going to have turf down in the spring and summer. And I think that this is just really big for the community. And I'm thankful for being a part of it. I'm thankful for everybody behind me to be behind me right now and have given me an opportunity to be part of this community. So Milltown Sports, it's a fairly new company. We just started this summer. We got the building July 1. This is one of the issues that we had discussed previously. July is a really tough time to get a rink. Hockey's like a seasonal beach house, right? So you don't want to buy a seasonal beach house in September when you can't rent it for the rest of the year. So we're a new company. We put together a great group, top to bottom, of leaders in the industry of hockey, but also leaders in municipals, people that have been part of cities and development and planning and community support with everybody that's back there. So that's really Middletown Sports and Entertainment.
Want to cover anything else?
No. So our ownership group right now, so it's myself, a gentleman, Tom Tracy, and Matt Balke. We do not have any local ownerships quite yet. We've talked to a lot of people in the community. We have a lot of local supporters. I put them on this list. Without the support and without the families, we don't have an ownership team. Tom Tracy's background is in construction, fire safety. He's come up here and he's done work when we were just getting in the building and we had some code violations that we had to get up and make the building safe. Matt's background is in insurance, and he's done a lot of work on that side of it with us. Myself, my background, this is hockey. This is 16 years for me. This is my 4th program that I am building that is based on being a self-sufficient hockey program and a self-sufficient building. Let's face it, I'd say about 98% of hockey is trust fund. It's big equity, it's Wall Street, and our model and what has worked in the past and still works. I built the Islanders Hockey Club, Boston Hockey Academy, St. Stephen's. It's about being self-sustainable. No one in this room wants somebody to come in, throw some money down, and get bored 3-4 years later. What we built here is self-sustainability, and that's our goal with this arena. This is just some general information about the Colisee. If you haven't been in there lately, there's a new roof, there's a new bar and lounge, the concessions have been improved. It's clean, there's toilet paper this year. So we've made as many improvements in a short time as we possibly could. The history of Lewiston, I think everybody here knows that. It's special. I mean, the reason I keep coming up here is I get goosebumps walking in there. Not just hockey, it's boxing, it's graduations, there's kids remembering their last day of high school there. There's so much history in that building. We want to be a part of the solution of continuing it. Continuing part of the history here. Not on here, I think it was like the 1930 Lewiston Maple Leafs that turned into the 1950, if I'm right, Twin Cities, I believe they were called in the 1950s. This goes on. 1930s of having the Lewiston Maple Leafs is unbelievable. Today, leagues are changing constantly, and we're dedicated to continuing to bring the most entertaining, the best hockey we can, and the best events and other sporting events that we can into the Colisee. These are just some recent upgrades. The roof was a $1 million upgrade. The parking lot being 8 acres was a nice $300,000 payment, but we don't lose front bumpers driving in there anymore, so it was well worth it. I'll go back one. So when we had met with the Quebec Major Junior League, the facility is actually in a really good state right now. They would like some luxury boxes. It's not a need. They would like, a ref's room to be nicer. It's not a need. Everything that they gave us in their specs when they left was safety requirements. Netting to be certain heights and certain locations. Everything had to do with safety. Everything else on top of that was stuff that we can take care of as we go. growing the game, I mean, this is just, you know, hockey, yeah, we're going to get a basketball court, we're going to put turf in. We want to grow all sports, but in terms of growing the game in the city is giving kids, youth from all different areas, all different neighborhoods. Boston Hockey Academy was the first to have a girls' academy in New England. I think the growth in women's sports is going to be huge, and I think Maine is already starting to do a really good job of that, and we want to be on the forefront of that as well. So we have a $3.5 million investment right now from TM Investment. Shockingly, it's a Lewiston-based family company, which I think is fantastic. Everything we've done since we've got here, I've talked to a lot of people here. I bleed Lewiston now. I get mad if something goes to Auburn, so I'm so glad we were able to find somebody that would, secure the investment side of it. That was a Lewiston family-owned business. I think this is just about our group in the Quebec League here. We have guys like Ken Hodge. He's a legend in hockey. We've brought in a lot of great people. We have the youngest coach in the NCDC team right now doing a great job, who's a local kid. Our whole staff is local. That was a huge emphasis for me from day one, was to use local vendors, restaurants, hospitality, and staff.
Thank you, Nate. I'm going to go ahead and basically, I put together a memorandum for the mayor and city council. It's in your packet, but I'd like the public to hear about our way forward and how we're going to, how this, essentially the financial guarantee request is going to work. And really, this is Milltown Sports' acquisition of the Colisee. That's the end goal, is to get the Colisee in new ownership, to move the Colisee forward so we have some longevity. The Economic and Community Development Department respectfully requests City Council consideration and approval of a financial guarantee for $1.4 million to support the acquisition and continued operation of Colisee by Milltown Sports. As you know, they've been here since July and been doing that for the last year with lots of investment already done. This approval moves the sale forward to the underwriting of T&M Investments to include appraisals and financial checks. I think that's the most important piece here, that this is just moving this forward, and then we're going to go ahead and put together the financial guarantee, which I'm going to get into. Milltown Sports has negotiated a total purchase price of $4.9 million for the Colisee, down from an asking price of over $6 million. A critical recreation and economic asset serving Lewiston and the broader region, the proposed financing structure includes $3.5 million loan committed by T&M Sports, which Nate discussed as a local investor, with the remaining $1.4 million seller-held note to be retained by Dr. Daryl Antiochi. The current owner of the Colisee and primary shareholder of Furland Management. This remaining $1.4 million represents the final financial component necessary to complete this transaction. Milltown Sports has requested that the city provide a financial guarantee for this seller-held note in order to finalize the financing package and complete the purchase. This guarantee would not represent an immediate expenditure of any city funds, but rather a financial assurance to facilitate the completion of the financing package. So this is just a piece. There's many other, as you know, there's many pieces here. The city's financial guarantee would be supported by defining protections to the city. One being a secured lien position of the property, subordinate only to the primary and secondary lender, TA Investments, and structured to ensure the city's financial interests are protected. A personal guarantee structure supported by a minimum one-year lease extension and operational commitment. This operational commitment is key to luring getting the Quebec Junior Major Hockey League here. We have to have this established here and now in this present day for this vote to happen so we can move the operations, we can continue the operations during this transition period. It's very complex. Performance benchmarks by the city will require continued operation and availability of the facility for local youth hockey, high school hockey, and amateur athletic programs. Operational benchmarks required the continuation and the expansion of shoulder season and year-round programming, including concerts, wrestling events, indoor soccer, and other entertainment and community events to ensure sustained utilization and economic activity. This is the way we keep the Colisee alive, and I truly believe that this is our best foot forward. The Colisee represents a vital community asset that supports youth and amateur athletes, regional tournaments, entertainment events, economic activity for local businesses. Ensuring its continued operation and under stable ownership aligns with city's economic goals, preserving an important public venue, and maintains the Lewiston role as a regional destination for sports, recreation, and entertainment. Without this financial guarantee, this transaction is done. It's done. We might as well close the doors of the Colisee, which would potentially place the long-term viability, the programming that's continuing to move on, the economics benefits of the facility would all be at risk. The city's potential exposure under the proposed $1.4 million guarantee would be supported by substantial collateral value. The negotiated price of $4.9 million establishes a current market-supported valuation benchmark for the property, with a primary loan, again, of $3.5 million and a city-guaranteed seller's note of $1.4 million. The total capital stack aligns with the appraised transaction value. So they need to have a transaction value that's going to meet this requirement. And again, to move that forward, we need the vote tonight.
Sorry, just 1 second. Can we turn down the volume on the hall TV? Because
Thank
if
you,
I
Mayor.
can hear it in here, it sounds
Thank
pretty
you.
loud. Please continue, Director Blais.
Yep. In the event of a default, the city's secured lien position, subordinate only to the primary and secondary lender, provide a recoverable interest in a major regional facility with significant structural land operational value. The value adds include an option to purchase 3 or 4 acres of vacant land associated with this guarantee. I think that's important to note. There's an existing park there. We could combine city-owned property with an existing park that could lead to an additional JDA or an additional, sheet of ice. So I think that's important. Additionally, the personal guarantee provides provisions, operational performance benchmarks, again, continuation of revenue-generating programming, hockey, entertainment, events, and other year-round uses. Serves to reduce financial risk by supporting ongoing revenue streams and preserving asset value. These protections collectively ensure the city's financial guarantee is backed by both real property collateral and operational viability, substantially mitigating potential financial exposure. The operational viability, I can't say that enough. The momentum is here now. The vote is needed now. It is the recommendation of the Economic and Community Development Department that the City Council authorize the City Administrator to negotiate and execute a financial guarantee agreement with Milltown Sports for $1.4 million, subject to final legal review and approval. The agreement shall include secured lien protections, personal guarantee provisions, operational performance benchmarks, and collateral-backed financial safeguards to ensure continued public benefit. Youth athletic access, year-round programming, and protection of the city's financial interests of the Colisee. We're available to answer any additional questions. Thank you.
Thank you both. Yes,
Mr. Mayor.
questions? Administrator Cannon, did you have something?
One quick point. Director Blaze, the guarantee agreement will come back for council approval, is that correct?
Yes, Administrator, that could be a condition of this approval.
Okay, thank you.
Councilors, yes, Councilor Najin.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Just as a quick piece, the operational performance benchmarks are our requirement, but we don't actually have a mechanism in order to make them happen, correct? Like
yeah, there would be a mechanism for that to happen. It would be part of the exhibit to the agreement.
Which would come before council?
Yes.
Okay. Perfect. And then when we talk about the collateral that's backing, it's the personal guarantee as well as the standing property value, should there be any property value once the first claimant gets whatever funds they have back. Is that correct?
I obviously I hope we never get there, but yes, the value it would be in the land and the assets that are there, and that would be accessible to the city.
So one of the things I think we're still carrying on the LCIP some debts from the last time we went through Colisee funding pieces. One thing I'd like to think about, and I don't know if there's a mechanism in which to do this, but instead of having the current owner hold a note, would it be possible that we fund that portion and get paid interest on the 1.4 million, giving us actual value? And also giving us some guidance and direction should something fail. I'm not saying anything's going to fail. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that at the end of the day, having some, like, putting in a right of first refusal, I don't know is even a possibility, nor would we necessarily have the funding to do it in a given window. I'm just asking these questions as things to think about. Like, ultimately, I think a lot of us want to see that the valuation of the property comes through before we give the final approval, but like we give conditional approval tonight.
Yep.
But just thinking about the different funding mechanisms that also allow us to have maybe a little bit more control and skin in the game.
Councilor, if I could speak?
Yeah.
I appreciate that flexibility. I think that might have been a harder ask. But, if there's support from the council and from our, city administration, that gives us, in terms of, a financial deal, some flexibility and maybe a possible way out. But that's just theoretically speaking. But
right, we'd have to figure out where the funding would come from, obviously. I'm just trying to think of ways. Ultimately, we want to see the Colisee used to its fullest potential. We want to see development going forward. We'd love to see a Second Street of Ice. If we get a turf field, that'd be fantastic. If there was other development that was happening there, that'd be fantastic. Those were all in the proposal pieces that I saw. But there's also a question of,
This is what we have planned going in
Please speak into the mic for our audience at home.
Sorry, this is what we have coming mid-May, if all goes planned. And that can be lacrosse, that can be flag football, that can be all sorts of of indoor.
Could be Hearts of Pine exhibition
Yeah.
games possibly on a rainy day.
Love the idea.
We can put the floor on top of that too, to continue to have the circus that comes and camps and stuff, so.
So really, my questions were really about like how the funding mechanism works and if there's a possibility that we could actually get paid the interest on it as opposed to a third party. And then also give us maybe some controls as far as should something happen along the way. And also some investment level too. So, but obviously, aside from the evaluation of the property, actually like measuring out to what the sale price is, I don't necessarily see a problem going forward from my perspective. So,
Councillor Longchamps.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I'd just like to say thank you for being willing to invest here in Lewiston, and it sounds like you really love Lewiston, and thank you very much. I think it's important to keep the Colisee alive. I think it's been kind of dull for quite some time, but I remember, when the parking lot was full, and it brings a lot, not only to that building, but to businesses surrounding it. So, from my understanding, this $1.4 million isn't actually coming from taxpayers unless something were to happen. I do kind of like the idea of, I don't know if it would be possible for us to loan that kind of money. I don't know, but maybe it's something you can talk to administration about. Then we'd have a little more control if something were to happen. That's not anything against you, it's just in life, things happen. But I look forward to the soccer turf, the indoor. We've wanted that, the community has wanted that for a long time. And I think hockey is something that's really important, and that's a huge event center for lots of different things. So I look forward to attending things there, and I hope that you get all the votes to at least, continue the process that you've started. So thank you.
Thank you.
One quick question here. So I'm struggling to understand, right now we're just assuming risk, right?
That's correct, Mayor.
Yeah, and then Councillor Najin, are you proposing that instead of just assuming risk, we actually pay 1.4 million?
I was saying that if we could collect, the note is being held by the current owner, correct? The 1.4 million that we're guaranteeing?
Right.
So if we were holding that note and paid an interest, there would be a profit on it. That'd be one thing. And also we would have a vested interest in the actual property should something happen. But again, I don't know if we have that money, where it would come from or how it would work. It's just a thought at this point.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Councillor Harriman.
Thank you, and thank you for presenting. So I do want to see this project succeed. I'm still a little concerned about some of the details and, or maybe lack of details, I should say. There was talk about sustainability and plans for growth, but we haven't had anything put in front of us, no numbers or anything like that. I'm also concerned about the collateral if something were to happen. We don't know how much the building's worth, so we don't know. And if we're third in line after the other investors, they've got $3.5 million into it. It's currently valued at 1.8, which is probably undervalued, understandably. But if something were to happen, then what happens to our 1.4 million? It's a lot to put on the line without much of a plan in front of us, and that's what I'm struggling with, is really the lack of information and the lack of a cohesive idea before committing this money.
Councillor Chittum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. There have been a lot of aspirations put up for the public and for us tonight. These look like wonderful drawings and renderings of what could happen. We've heard a lot of this could, we would, but per Councillor Harriman, not a lot of detail has been in there. I'm very concerned about committing $1.4 million in the event that something were to go wrong. And while I understand that the public who has spoken in favor of this, and we received a lot of letters this afternoon encouraging us to approve this guarantee, those letters are based on emotional appeal, and I get that. I'm looking at this from a risk and a financial standpoint. I do have a couple of questions which I'd like to ask, and whoever is free to answer those, please. Is Milltown the entity that ran into financial trouble earlier this year with its inability to pay electric and water bills and so on?
This year?
I'm sorry, perhaps last year?
That was Shift Sports. We took on that in July.
Okay, so the I think it was a $52,000 electricity bill that was not incurred by you, that was incurred by another entity?
Before even just to have this meeting, we were on scheduled plans with everybody.
All right, so it was not you, that it was another entity that incurred that, is that?
There was payment that was due, and some of that payment could have been from a previous vendor, but they incurred those costs. Since that time, I know that we had put this meeting on hold, and they set up a payment program through, again, both the city sewer and water and CMP Power, and we verified that prior to this meeting. So they're on a payment plan. They've been paying their bills. That's what we know.
Okay. All right. So there was a hiccup, and that hiccup has been resolved in one way or another.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Let's say that things go bad, and that the aspirations don't happen, and you cannot attract all of the concerts and venues, and I'd love to see the Colisee used 100%, fully utilized. It hasn't been for forever. You say you can do that, and I'd love to believe you. But let's say you can't. What then happens if the loan is defaulted and there is a $3.5 million commitment to T&M and a $1.4 million commitment to the current owner, which the city of Lewiston is now being asked to guarantee? If that commitment is not made and the owner doesn't get his $1.4 million, it falls on the city to supply that. So we would have to come up with the hard, cold cash in that unlikely and undesired eventuality. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, we've had a lot of conversations. There was obviously previous people here as well. We've been working on this for quite some time now. Just to go back to a couple questions ago, I'm sorry. One other thing that we had mentioned was a co-job, someone in the city that also works with Milltown, even if it's on the financial side. And you can have those securities, those checkpoints. You can have a dual role position. That was one thing that we had come up with an idea in the session as well. And to your point, another session, and this was a long time ago, Joe, who is our lead consultant, he was the mayor of Somerville for 20 years. He brought Assembly Row into Somerville. He had asked the question, if I buy the building for $4.9 million, and I said, I'll put another 1.4 in, and you match the 1.4. And everybody at the table said that's a no-brainer. We already did our 1.4. We're asking you to guarantee a 1.4 for us to continue. But if we had come to that decision earlier and said, we're going to buy this for $6.3 million, can you match a little of it? We got yeses across the board. So we started the process early because we had to. And now we're backtracking and we're asking for a guarantee, and I understand that's a scary number. It's a lot of money. But again, if we went back and you had an investor tomorrow that said, hey, we'll buy this, we need a match on a certain investment, I think a lot of people in this room would say, that's a pretty good deal.
Thank you. You mentioned there's a new $1 million roof and a $300,000 parking lot. Where did those funds come from?
Boston Hockey Academy. I have funded everything this year for the most part.
So you've paid for that on a building you're leasing?
Yes.
Thank you very much for that. I'm sure the city appreciates it, the building appreciates it, and I do too. Finally, I think there's a way that we can get what I'm hearing the council is concerned about is the lack of specificity and the lack of detail. I'm understanding that you don't actually have the 3.5 secured. You have a commitment from them to investigate whether or not to give you this money, but you have to be vetted. You have to go through T&M, and I don't know T&M, but you have to go through a process which I presume is fairly financially rigorous. I would like to propose that we authorize guaranteeing this $1.4 million tonight with a catch, with some conditions. I understand that you need this tonight in order for the process to move forward. You've got, like that old guy on Ed Sullivan, you've got 9 plates spinning on sticks in the air, and you need all of them to keep spinning. If we don't approve this tonight, all the plates fall down. That's what I'm hearing, and I'm repeating, that's not my own conclusion, that's what I'm being told. So it behooves us tonight, if we want to continue to see the Colisee grow and improve, it behooves us to approve this. However, I think I and a number of other councilors are concerned about the commitment. So I am going to propose that we insert one word into the motion. And I don't know if now's an appropriate time to do that or not. Perhaps we ought to have public comment and any other councilors' comments, and I will make an amendment to the motion at that time.
Yeah, no, I would appreciate that, Councillor Chittum, but since you just mentioned it, if you did make a motion, what is that one word and where would it go?
Well, I'll make the motion then. I move to amend the council order by inserting the word in the next to last line, the therefore clause of this order says the city administrator, the council orders that the city administrator negotiate and execute on a financial agreement, guarantee agreement with Milltown Sports for $1.4 million, subject to final legal review and I would insert the word council approval, and the acquisition of the Colisee. So I would like to see this come back to the council after a lot of these detailed questions have been answered, after you have been vetted by T&M for the $3.5 million. I'm willing to commit to the guarantee tonight, but I do want to have it come back to the council after these specifics have been addressed. So that's my motion.
Do we have a second?
Can I ask?
Yeah, Councillor Longchamps.
I'll second the motion.
All right, we have a second. Thank you. Councillor Longchamps.
So if I'm understanding this right, we would, the ones that want to put this forward and to see it, continue moving, we would agree to the 1.4 million. The only thing that would change is basically that you would come back after you've worked out some of those details, or after you've worked out the details, come back and give us those details?
For our approval, yes.
For our approval of the details?
Of the agreement, of the financial guarantee agreement.
The problem is we don't have time to build a company at that point. We don't have time to have youth tryouts this week. We can't collect money. We can't build our product unless we have this time. So coming back for another approval in 4 weeks puts us out of business for a year. And one other thing, I'm sorry. I've heard numbers a lot. I've faced it for the last 19 months. There's not a P&L in that place for 12 years. There's not an expense sheet in that place for 12 years. There's not a water bill. There's not a utility bill. I'm writing this script every day. I didn't know what the water was going to be. I didn't know what the power was going to be. we've had a gentleman in there that brought bags of cash and paid people. I'm starting a business completely blind of numbers. And I understand you guys want to see numbers, but every month that's gone by, we figured out what that month cost on our own. And that's the fact of it.
Thank you. Okay, councilors. Councilor Najin.
So just one thing to point out is that if we approve this tonight, removing the council approval piece, we're leaving the pieces to the city administrator to do the negotiation. If we're specific with the city administrator and what we're expecting in order to come to a final agreement, one would be the valuation of the building. Two would be, I believe, some understanding of how the community benefit is ironed out completely. Because one of the things, it costs us $1.6 million a year to get trash removal in this city, and it only works for certain residents, right? Like things are expensive, unfortunately. I don't know. It would be nice, actually, if the Economic Development Department could come forward to us to say, here are some pro formas on the economic impact in the community when this event happens, when that event happens, because it gives us numbers to actually look at to say, like, for instance, if Mumford and Sons plays, or maybe not, I keep using that example. I'll use another one.
You did that for the Quebec.
One second. Thank you, Mr. Boswick. Please continue, Councilor Najin.
If we have an understanding of what the economic impact in our community is as well, that kind of offsets some of this discussion that we're having overall. And I know it has nothing to do with this particular piece, but it's how I answer my constituents. Why do we invest in a particular thing?
I agree. We have that.
One second. Thank you. Councilor Najin, did you have anything else?
No, I think those are the things that, one, if we approve the order as written, but say to our administrator, these are the key sticking points that we want to make sure before you enter into a final agreement so that they can move forward. I think that is legitimate. We have one employee at the city collectively, and he's right there. And then the second part is like understanding exactly what the larger economic impact is for the community when things happen. I mean, obviously, we don't have a place for high school hockey right now. That's a major concern. Is it worth $1.4 million? I don't know. I do know that there are other purposes there. So.
Administrator Kinroth, did you want to chime in for a second?
Yeah, as I said before, my thought was, and possibly we can work it out with the timeline, that the final financial guarantee agreement, yes, you could give some parameters in which to negotiate, but that actual agreement does come back here for approval before it moves on. So I think that may be just some of the concerns I'm hearing, and that I don't disagree with. It may be wise, as Councilor Chittum's motion suggests, that it does come back in its final version just for that stamp of approval here, that the council signs off on it.
Thank you. Councilor Longchamps, did you have your hand up?
I forgot what I was going to say.
We'll come back to you.
No, but I guess my original thought, but I do have something else. I do think that's a good idea also. And I don't think it would really stop your other lenders or I don't think they would pull the rug out from under you. If you get the votes tonight that say, we want to support you, we're going to support you, and then you get everything else lined up and you come back for final, that final vote, you're still going to have our support. We just need a little bit more concrete not evidence, but documents as to how that's going to look moving forward. And I don't think that's too much to ask. I think if you get the votes tonight, which is saying that we support this, we want to move forward, I think an investor that is willing to loan, that much money, 4.9, I don't think that's going to stop them.
Yeah, no, I'm not worried about the investor. I'm worried about the kids.
So can you explain that a little bit?
So the next 30 days, there's going to be hundreds and hundreds of kids playing youth sports there.
Okay.
We're going to collect their money and then give it back. God forbid this came back as a no in 2 months, and they're not going to have a place to play.
But if we agree tonight, if you have the votes, which say, if it's all, if you get 4 votes that say yes, we support this, and then for it to come back, it's going to basically come back, yes, for a final vote, but I don't foresee that being a no, like that wouldn't even make sense. I'm not saying that it couldn't happen, but that's I don't think our goal.
Yeah.
If I can, thank you. So I think part of the concern is that I'm not sure I understand what the council is saying, that we, some councilors are saying we need more details. I'm not sure exactly what the council would want to see at the end. And, and then if we have final approval, this is just like, please move forward and get back to us. The vote tonight then would not be an approval. It's just like, please proceed. And if if everyone else is yes, then you can come back, and then we can also see if we're a yes. Like, I just don't know how that. I'm not sure that's how we should be doing economic development in the city, and I'm also not sure like what we would be looking for when it comes back. Because is it T&M? Am I saying that right? Yeah. So T&M is going to need to do underwriting, right? And they'll, that whole process will need to move forward. I don't know what we're actually asking for, and why we would hold it up tonight.
Mayor, if I could.
Yeah, please, and then we'll recognize the councilor.
Yeah, I think an approval with conditions that gives the administrator direction as we sign the agreement does the same exact thing as what you're asking for. But it approves the project tonight. There is risk that if we say that, well, it's okay to move forward, but we don't have true approval, then, investors may walk away, the current owner may walk away. That's been a very fragile environment, to say the least. But if we gave some conditions in this approval and direction for the administrator and for staff, I think we can deliver that. So, my experience is that we're gonna execute the agreement based on the direction of the council, and if you give us clear direction, I think we could do that.
Yeah, because if we're asking to vote on it when it comes back, what we're really saying is, we're tabling this until it comes back, and then we can vote. And I'm just not sure that provides any assurance. Councilor Herman, yes.
Yeah, I mean, that's my concern, is voting for final passage on something where we have so little detail on it. I mean, we don't even have a business plan. We don't even have a basic, this is how much money I'm going to make, this is how much money I'm going to spend. And we don't know, the question about collateral still hasn't been answered, about if we're third in line after someone who's invested $3.5 million, what happens to our money? So I might be okay with this coming back to us if we have final approval on the agreement as the council. But I have a really hard time giving final approval tonight for something that, I mean, I think it has potential, and I want this to succeed, but I feel like, if the scale's here, you should be here, and you're more like here right now. Like, I think this needs to be fleshed out a bit more before we can commit this much money for something like this.
At this point, Councilor Longchamps, did you have something else before we go to public comment?
Yes, really quick. So if we could approve it tonight and do exactly what we were originally going to do, trust in our city administrator to negotiate and put all of those things in there that we may suggest, right? Could we just do that?
Yes, we certainly could. And it's also subject to underwriting. So if the underwriting doesn't go through for T&M, then there's no deal, and then we're not guaranteeing anything.
Right, right. Would that make more sense for you, or?
So, again, back to the business side of it, you know, we have bills to pay. We have CMP, we have water, we have bills to pay, staff. We start collecting these families' tuitions, and this comes back for a second vote, and it's a no. We spent their money powering the building. Who's paying these families back?
No, that makes sense to me. So basically, I think what we need to do is either vote yes or no and trust in our city administrator to negotiate and put in the things that need to be in. What's your opinion on that?
Hold on.
Sorry, that's your job.
I'll ask opinions around here. Thank you, Councillor Longshanks. Councillor Najin, did you have something else to add?
Well, I would like to know that as well. But ultimately, what I'm looking at, first of all, there's a motion on the table to add that one word, council approval, final council approval, to like looking at, you know, simple math. Let's say homeowner average payment for taxes in a year is $4,000. That's 350 homes. So it is a considerable amount of money. You know, and ultimately, the answer, I think, to Scott Harriman's question, to Councilor Harriman's question, is if, for whatever reason, this does fold, we end up incurring a cost of $1.4 million. That is what will happen. Now, there is a personal guarantee in there from the owner, but initially we would be paying the current owner $1.4 million if it fails.
Yes, Councilor Harriman.
I mean, to be honest, what you said is kind of my point. You said if you take these people's money and something happens, who's going to pay them back? I feel like you should have that information before you come and ask for Lewiston taxpayer money to fund this. Like, that's the plan that I'm asking for, is the business plan of how this is going to work.
Councilor Roy, and then we will be going to public comment.
Thank you. I was just going to say, can we go to public comment right now?
We can, yes. We're now at public comment. Please identify yourself. You each have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Gil Rogers. I'm from Topsom. I serve as the president of Midcoast Youth Hockey. We're the primary tenant for youth hockey at the Colisee right now. This is Lincoln. He's my friend. He's staying up way past his bedtime on a school night with a couple of his friends in the back because this is so important to them. I had prepared remarks I was going to read through, but you all brought up a bunch of questions that I want to make sure that I can answer the best of my ability. So I'm not going to look down at my phone and read notes. I'm going to look you in the eye and answer a lot of these questions. Questions about financial projections, questions about economic impact. I have done a ton of research on this. I'm a marketer by trade. I minored in economics in college. I do this for businesses as part of my day job. The economic impact of the Youth Hockey Association alone to the town of Lewiston is somewhere in the neighborhood of $1.2 to $1.3 million in economic activity. That's me bringing my kid to Italian bakery after every game, win or loss, to celebrate or win or to cheer him up when he sucks. Right? There are so many, and it happens a lot. We know. The University of New England just published a study that the Portland Mariners, the Maine Mariners, bring $6.1 million in economic activity to the city of Portland. And so that was just published last week. So the impact of youth sports and the impact of sport in general cannot be understated and underestimated. And what you're being asked to guarantee is less than the economic impact that the overall facility makes to the building, right? So if we're putting the building at risk over the concern about the $1.4 million, you're going to lose more in economic activity just by the Youth Hockey Association, not to mention Maniacs games, not to mention the other events and programs that I'm confident that the group is going to bring. We've already made a commitment of approaching $250,000 in kid money for ice time for the following season, to say we are a part of this and we want to partner with this group and we trust this group to support the kids who want to play here. And that's real money that we have committed to and said, we are going to spend in ice time filling up nearly 100% of youth hockey ice time from mid-September through March. And that is the entire season that is blocked off for Midcoast Junior Polar Bears hockey to fill that building Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, and Sunday from open to close for all youth hockey time that's available. So if you're looking for guarantees on the use of the space, these kids here, represented by Lincoln, because everybody else had to go to bed. Thank you, Lincoln's dad, for having him here. And we are here to back up this group with the real people who are actually going to be using the space. Any other questions about all of the other programs? That all comes with a little bit of trust in supporting the overall plan. Everything that has been presented, we are invested in this.
Thank you.
And want to support it. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Good night, Lincoln. Further public comment?
Hey, good evening. My name is Todd Hines. I'm from Topsom. There's been a lot of conversations about the financial impact, and obviously that's a critical component here. But there's a much larger impact with this building in general. I've been part of Midcoast Youth Hockey for a decade now. We've historically operated out of Watson Arena. We get like 5, sometimes 6 hours a week there, and we have 500 kids in our program. There's not enough ice for us to skate there, especially with Bates closing down their ice next year. That was always our backup. There's no Bates next year. Our ice has always been limited, but despite that, this league is really something special. It means a lot. It saved my wife coming out of postpartum. There's this community that we've built that's special, that we've brought in Lewiston and we've brought in Auburn, people that just want to be a part of it, and they're growing with us. My 3 kids have grown up in Midcoast Youth Hockey, and tonight I really want to talk about my middle guy, Xander. Xander lights up a room. He is, Lincoln knows, he's teammates with Xander. He's everyone's loudest fan. He's the funny kid, he's the loud kid. Everybody flocks to Xander. Everybody loves Xander. Except for Xander. And I share all that because, without exaggeration, without shame, Midcoast Youth Hockey saved my son's life. When he was 7, he was talking about self-harm a lot. My 2nd grader believed the world would be better off without him, and when those dark thoughts take a hold on a not fully developed prefrontal cortex, there's no logic. This league is different, not like the other leagues around here. It meets every child exactly where they are. The all-star, the beginner receive the same encouragement and belief. Every child who wears a polar bear sweater is taught work ethic, teamwork, and belonging. And for my son, that changed everything. It's been 2 years since I heard my kid say he wants to kill himself. And I know that for a fact because of Midcoast. It's not simply additional ice time. Colisee opened the doors and it allowed us to grow, to retain families and to reach children who otherwise would not have a place in this community. It has brought families together across cities. It's created something bigger than hockey. Without access to the Colisee, our capacity shrinks dramatically. Fewer teams, fewer opportunities, fewer kids supported. There's a lot more Xanders in the world. I know there are more Xanders in our league. Some of them skated at the Colisee tonight. Without this building, those children don't get the same chance that my son got. I will continue dedicating my time and energy to the next Xander. Please support this measure so there's still a door open for the next one to walk through. Because for some families, this building is the difference between hope and heartbreak. Thank you.
Further public comment?
Hello, councilors. Megan Hurd, Ward 6. I am also here representing our Midcoast 10U Tier 2 state champs as of Sunday. It's hard to put into words what a community building really means to you, especially when that building feels like home. When you think about home, you think about comfort. Your favorite spot on the couch, the burner on the stove you always use, a smell that instantly tells you you're exactly where you belong. A hockey rink doesn't exactly have that comforting scent, let's be honest, but the Colisee is our second home in every sense of the word. Our kids have their spot, depending on which locker room they're in. The parents have theirs too. The same seats, the same place along the glass, the same corners where we stand shoulder to shoulder. And the best part, our kids know exactly where to look. In the middle of drills, during a face-off, after a goal or a tough shift, they glance up and find us. That silent connection says everything. In that cold building, something incredibly warm is built. Bonds between players that turn into brotherhood. Friendships between parents that turn into lifelong support systems. We celebrate together. We stress together, we cheer until we lose our voices. We pick each other up after losses, and we pile into the stands after wins. It becomes a family, not the one you're born into, but the one you choose to grow with. My child struggles with confidence in the classroom. There are days when he questions himself. But the second he walks through those ring doors, everything changes. His shoulders lift, his eyes light up, he comes alive on the ice. His teammates believe in him. His coaches see something in him and pour confidence into him in a way that sticks. Out there, he isn't doubting himself. He's strong, capable, and valued. That's what this building gives our kids. It gives them a place where they belong, a place where they are supported, a place where they learn resilience, accountability, teamwork, and heart. It teaches them how to win with humility and lose with grace. It teaches them how to show up for one another. You can't measure that. You can't put a price on it. It's more than a rink. It's more than a team. It's our home.
Matthew Egrin, Ward 4. Do we no longer have a time clock? Let's be honest. I didn't grow up here in Lewiston. I grew up in Old Orchard Beach. We had the ballpark. The ballpark that the city of Old Orchard ended up becoming the proud possessor of because a developer who had a grand plan, it failed. We've seen businesses go into the Colisee. They have not succeeded. I did not see a business plan tonight. He has a great optimistic plan, but there's no numbers. Numbers are important in something like this. He has commitment from the youth hockey team, which is wonderful. But is that enough to keep this operation going? I would like to see a business plan. I'd like to see guarantees of what's going to come to the city, as in what is his goal? Okay, I'm going to have this by this, by this, by this. I didn't see all of that. I heard that the turf is supposed to be here in May, but I didn't see a business plan shown to us. Maybe you guys got one, but I didn't hear anything about one. While I'd love to see the Colisee continue to grow and become what it used to be, what I've heard it was back before I ever got here. I also remind you, you have to be wise in what you're investing our city money in. If this fails, that's 1.4. Are the 70 of you going to pay that 1.4? No, the taxpayers are. It's a hard decision. I don't envy you on this one, because either we support this and we take a hell of a risk, or we don't. You guys have to make that call. Just remember, that's $1.4 million. Thank you.
Further public comment?
Hi, it's me again, Brandon. Sabatis, resident. I hate hockey. I love it, I hate it. It's expensive. All right, it's a Florida vacation every year for us. It really is. But Megan, team, last year, we still keep in contact. We love each other. You know, Mr. Hines and Gil, all of them, even this gentleman right behind me, we all know each other. Hockey brought us together. Now, I've been going to the Colisee for many years, concerts and the circus and all that. I'd love to see these new guys own it, because I know the current owner did away with everything. That's why you haven't seen nothing there. He didn't want it there. He only bought the place just because his son played hockey. He just wanted a place for him to go, and that was it. And then he stays in his house in Connecticut or Florida, wherever. He's out of stater, okay? He's a doctor. Or Jersey. Yeah, I could care less about him. I'd rather see it get used again. Yeah, $1.4 million. If I had it, I'd invest in it. But I don't. I'm just a lonely Mainer who's broke because of hockey. Now, for real though, I'd love to see it get used again. And you got to have the concerts. You got to have the trade shows. Bring back the circus for the kids and all that. The current owner, I know the last 3 owners. Okay, and the last 3 owners were great, and then as you seen the changes, it started to go downhill. No one cared, and this guy definitely does not care. So I'd like to see them get it. I know it's a lot of money, but I'd like to see them go for it. Everything in this world is living off hopes and dreams. You can wish in one hand and shit in the other and see which one fills up first.
Please watch your language.
Sorry, but I'm just saying, I'd like to see it go forward. Because we need it, the town needs it, and yeah, it would bring back a lot. You get those concerts, the circus, that's all economic growth. People buying junk food and candy and enjoying their time. We're going to sit there and let the building go to waste? The next guy probably wouldn't be so sweet, and he'd probably do the same thing as this current owner right now. Get rid of all the hockey, because that's what he wanted to do. He didn't care about these kids. He wanted to get rid of all that. He said he was going to lock the damn doors and no more use. That's sad. That's sad. I don't play hockey. I don't skate there. But my boy loves it. My boy loves it. It's worth it. It's worth the experience. It's worth the memories. It's worth everything.
That's time. Thank you. Further public comment?
Ray Vashon, Ward 4. I played hockey back in the 60s. I used to play for Holy Cross, jump in the back of a pickup truck, and they bring us to the youth center to play. It was great times, and then the hockey games. In Lewiston High School against St. Dom's, the place was packed. We had something to do. Lately we went to the hockey game just a couple nights ago. Great hockey. The crowd wasn't that there, but the hockey was fantastic. People should go and watch this stuff. And, we're retired. What are we going to do? There's no place to go anymore. Now, we went to the concert they had. We finally had something to do, and he's going to bring up more stuff so our seniors can go somewhere and do something. There's nothing in Lewiston. We used to go dancing all the time. We got mixers now. That's about it. We used to be places to go and do stuff. We need something to do for seniors, for young kids. We need places like the Colisee to, so have something to do. And you guys should just vote it in. Don't go negative. Go positive. You know what I mean? You're all thinking if it don't work. Don't worry about if it don't work. Worry about when it does work, what it's going to bring to this town. That's what we need. Thank you.
If we can have it quiet, please. Further public comment?
Kate Vashon, Ward 4. I wasn't going to speak. Actually, I came here thinking I did not want it done. But after listening to everything for the kids, they need it. I grew up in Lewiston. I'm originally from New York, but I grew up mostly in Lewiston. We had drum corps, Pine Tree Warriors, Scarlet Cadets, Legionnaires. We had things to do. Bert Dutil kept us off the streets. Hockey's going to keep the kids off the streets and off the drugs, and that's what they need. As far as the business plan, I think I heard somebody say, my background is commercial banking. The bank is not going to allow him to borrow money without a business plan presented first. And if the value is not there, they're not going to lend him the money. So we're not really taking a chance. They're not going to let him borrow unless I know he's doing his personal guarantee as well. It's going to work. And like my husband said, be positive. Help this guy make it positive. Promote him more. Vote yes.
Further public comment?
My name is Sarah Pomelo, and Lewiston has been my home for 30-plus years. I'm invested in this community. I was a 20-plus year employee of LPS, substitute ed tech, classroom teacher, literacy coach. I'm a mom of 3 boys who have all grown up in Lewiston. I have a life here in Lewiston. I am asking you to approve this opportunity you have to partner with Milltown Sports and Entertainment for the good of this community, as I believe it helps further the City of Lewiston's vision statement, which says, Lewiston is committed to being a community of excellence, positioned in the global community. It's a place of pride, aspiration, diversity, engagement, and accomplishment. In short, a civil society. First of all, I'm a mom of 3 boys, all who play or played at the Colisee for youth hockey, Lewiston High School, and for the junior level. The experience for all 3 of my boys has proven to be instrumental in the development of who they are and how they live their life. They take great pride in the moments they have experienced at the Colisee, both the victories and the heartache. Why? Because the Colisee was more than just a place where they won or lost. It was a place where they developed relationships with other peers their age, coaches, as well as with adults in their community. In short, they were given an opportunity to grow and develop in a place that fostered excellence, pride, aspiration, diversity, engagement, and accomplishment. Furthermore, for the past 2 years, I've helped to coach the Lewiston High School Girls Co-op Ice Hockey Program. The home for that program is the Colisee. I promise you that the hours spent in that building coaching the girls provides me the opportunity to join the City of Lewiston's vision in fostering excellence, pride, aspiration, diversity, engagement, and accomplishment. Finally, this year I've worked with the Maniacs organization that is called the Colisee its home. Note, 5 of those players are actually from Lewiston. Another 5 or more are from surrounding areas of Maine. My role has been, among other things, to find ways to get them engaged in the community. One of Nate Bostic's utmost expectations coming into this current season was that whoever is a part of the hockey program needs to be active in the community. So these hockey players have been involved in McMahon Elementary School once a month on early release days. The team participates with students in a Lego club and STEM club. Players have volunteered typically on a weekly basis, unless scheduling or snow day issues, to assist with 21st century after-school programming at McMahon. They have facilitated floor hockey games with the youth at Tree Street. Members of the team have also spent time, usually once every other week, at the YWCA after-school program. They provided helping hands and smiling faces to the LA Metro Chamber of Commerce for both Taste of Harvest event that occurred in downtown Lewiston in October, as well as the Stuff the Bus event in December. They participated in Family Engagement Night at Lewiston Middle School. They've assisted on ice for youth hockey, both at the Colisee and in Auburn. They have been seen at local businesses, as well as post-game skates and fan events. In short, they were provided a space housed with people who helped them to foster excellence, pride, aspiration, diversity, engagement, and accomplishment.
That's time.
And then we're
Thank
sent
you.
to do the same in our community.
Further public comment?
Matt Roy, Ward 6. So a seller note is just a fancy word for the, basically, well, it's the legal document that makes you financially responsible. So we're going to, as the administrator has said multiple times, since, well, New Year's, they're to comply with charter without using a supermajority. We need to cut $6 million from the city budget for FY 2027, which directly doesn't affect this. But to Mr. Mayor, Councilor Najin floating, well, we're going to have to ring fence 1.4 million just in case, taken away from other priorities. And there, other speakers have spoken about the economic development opportunities. Well, the money spent, the city of Lewiston, City Hall doesn't get any of that money that's spent locally. You spend it at a business, at a restaurant. The state gets, it's cut from meals tax, sales and use tax, and then maybe the state would be nice, goes into our fund, 5% of that money goes into a fund. Maybe the state would be nice and give a municipality 60% of that if you're lucky. So we're gonna, and this isn't a final approval. This is just to have the 2 parties involved sign a purchase and sales agreement. Still has to go to underwriting, still has to go closing. Although Mayor and Council who were here last year will remember with Democracy Brewing, our own city underwriter said you shouldn't lend the money, but you did anyway. There was a dumpster there a few months ago. Nothing has happened then. We've heard all these promises, ironically from another Boston business. Again, we're just this kicking this can down the road. Well, Bates 5 is a perfect example here. Thank you.
Further public comment?
Hi, Jeff Gagne, Ward 7. I just had a quick question for the council members. Conflicting, can you clarify, is it taxpayer money or is the money coming from somewhere else? I believe, and I don't want to butcher your name, but I believe I said, Councilman Najin said the money wasn't from taxpayer money, followed by Councilman Harriman saying that it was coming from taxpayer money. So I was just looking for clarification on that.
Thank you. Further public comment?
Hello, my name is Caleb Labrie. I currently live in Lewiston. I don't know what ward I'm part of, but this year I was the head coach for the Lewiston Maniacs program. I was a graduate of St. Dom's in 2015. So pretty much every big game of my life has been played in that building. I was fortunate enough to play 2 years of junior hockey out of that before going on to play Division III. I think two big things as a coach when you're bringing in kids from all around the world, especially with the window we had to build a program in 30 days. You know, currently with our group sitting in first place, the thing I'm most proud about with the team this year is that in our first year, we were able to do over 1,000 hours of community service across the board. And I think the missed message when you look at the Colisee over the last 10 years is that it's just a hockey rink. It's just entitled players that come in and play. And I feel like our group in the short span that we've been in that building has shown that it's community. Being a member of the community, growing up here my entire life, that was something when Nate and I originally met in July that really intrigued me because I think it's been one of the biggest misses that we've had. And I know firsthand from working for the Maine Nordiques, for the Twin City Thunder, 2 other junior programs that have been here, we've gone far and beyond being involved in the local community and being a part of it. Especially in the current generation of players, you get a little bit of entitlement with this generation. So when you're seeing kids that come from very privileged homes to watching them be down on one knee at the Tree Street Youth Center working with children that have never even seen what hockey is something that as a coach you can't really ask for much more. And we do expect a lot of out of our players. The other thing that I'll add is I was there in 2013 at the City Auburn Council meeting for the approval of the Twin Sheets in Auburn. And if you go back to when that facility first started getting constructed, the growth around there in the past 13 years, I think speaks for itself for what it did for the city of Auburn and having the Twin Sheets there. It brings in a ton of various entities and business opportunities for everyone that only helps the economical growth within the city. So, thank you.
Anyone else before we close it? Public comment is now closed. Thank you all very much for speaking. Just really quick here. I grew up in Arizona, so I did not have a chance to go watch hockey. But since I've been mayor and wanting to support the local teams that have been through, Nordiques and now the Maniacs, I've been to games. And yeah, it's a lot of fun. And I can see how much this town loves hockey and how much hockey does for this town and for the people playing it. So yeah, thank you so much for being here. All right, Councilor Nagy.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to clarify, and I think we all agree, all money that the municipality spends ever is taxpayer dollars, some way or the other. So just to make that clear, it's always taxpayer dollars, fees, fines, levies, or your property tax. That's how municipality generates revenue.
Councilor Longchamps, did you have something?
Yeah, I would just like to say, you know, I can't compare this to an empty building like Mill 5 or something. You guys are a thriving hockey league and have you know, you've got plans, but you're already established. This building is up and running. There are people out there playing hockey. You're not starting from ground zero. I'd like to see if we could just move on with the vote, please, as it is, with no changes, if we could.
Are you asking to move the question?
Yes.
All right, do we have a second to move the question?
Point of order.
Yes, Councilor Herman.
We have an amendment on the table currently.
I understand that, and we would move the question to vote on the amendment.
The councilor asked to vote on the original order without the amendment.
Thank you. Councilor Longchamps, if we can hold off on, I do want to say one thing first. So if we can, yeah. Councilor Roy, I would like to say my one thing after you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for that. I've been waiting all night to say this. I've played hockey with some people in this room, and you know who you are from Holy Family Days and all these things. That place holds sentimental value to me so much that you wouldn't even know. Well, you probably would know because I still remember the smell and the feeling I got when I walked into that locker room with my teammates. It's bringing tears to my eyes right now. You know, and I want to keep this positive. It's not always about money. It's about relationships. It's about people. It's about community. And I think, you know, you got to take a chance sometimes, right? Mm-hmm. And you just got to let this go. You got to do it. And that's the way I look at that.
Thank you, Councilor Roy. But yes, I mean, on some level, it is about money. And I understand the investment. Well, it's not an investment. We're guaranteeing guaranteeing a loan here. It's like we're co-signing for a car. And yeah, I'm also concerned. Madam Clerk, can you please read the amendment that is on the floor right now?
Sure. The amendment before you is to insert the word council in the very last line of the order just before the word approval.
Okay. And so I'm encouraging, it's the amendment that's on the floor right now. I'm encouraging the council to vote down this change, because this is not, you know, we can trust that there's an underwriting process that will take place, as well as, you know, our economic development team and the administrator will have oversight over this. And what you know, we don't even need to vote on this, because if we're saying that we're going to have approval later, this really isn't approval now, and I'm concerned it just doesn't, you know, just kind of delays things and provides ambiguity. I think we can, you know, if we're feeling good about this, then I think we can proceed, knowing that underwriting will commence. And that the Administrative Economic Development team will have final review over it. Councilor Harriman.
Thank you. I just can't support this without it coming back to the council with some more detail. The lack of detail and the lack of numbers is just really concerning to me, and I would be okay if it comes back to us to review the agreement. But I just can't support it on, you know, on just without information.
Councilor Najin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I don't know if anybody recalls the whole process of setting aside $400,000 a year for the shelter, but that was a 6-month process, right? That was literally 6 months in order to get to the point where we decided to set aside $400,000 a year for 3 years for the shelter, which is less money than we're being asked to decide upon tonight. And the challenge that constantly happens to this council is we have something put in front of us, and it's like, you got to make a decision or else the entire city dies. And there's a huge amount of money involved in this. And when I say a huge amount of money, maybe not a huge amount of money, right? But it's still almost 5% of our budget. City side, right? And so like it is a considerable amount to ask in a short time without having some of the questions answered. And I know that there were 2 executive sessions, which, we won't go into because there were executive sessions that were talked about with this plan, but not to ask us to underwrite based on what was proposed tonight, And so it's a challenge to me because I'm looking at the administrator, and the administrator's saying, maybe we bring it back so that the council does have a final approval on it. But I also know that if we don't do anything, that building stays empty. We also don't have hockey there right now. I don't know if the hockey that's going to happen in the next 3 months is going to pay for making any of these things work. One of the concerns that I have is is there a mechanism in which we hold the note as opposed to guaranteeing something that we don't get paid any interest on, and then also don't have the ability to have any say if something does go belly up? I mean, if we're gonna back something, why wouldn't we actually financially back it so that we're making some type, at least a minimal profit, and we also have some power in what happens if something falls apart. That's all. But that's kind of my view on this, and so I just wanted to share those pieces.
Final thoughts, councilors, before we vote on the amendment. Councilor Chittum, yes.
Yes, thank you. I am concerned too about the hastiness of this request. It is a significant promise or commitment of the city, and aside from the 2 executive sessions at which not a lot of detail was discussed, we've had half an hour, 45 minutes this evening to make a decision on this. I'm comfortable with including the word council. That's why I made the amendment. That will bring it back here. That will verify to us that there is, in fact, a business plan, that there is an underwriting commitment from TNM. And again, I've said I don't know who TNM is, and I don't know what their requirements are. I'm taking it on faith that they are a legitimate lender if they've got $3.5 million to put forward to this venture. So it's also been suggested that we can approve the original language with direction and terms and conditions and understanding to the council, to the administrator. It's awfully late in the day to be sitting here, the 7 of us, the 8 of us, establishing and making up, these are the things that we want to see in a final agreement. So I think that's a non-starter. I'm going to encourage the council to approve the amendment as I proposed.
Councilor Roy.
Thank you. I have to apologize. I misspoke earlier. When I said it's not always about money, this isn't my money. It's the taxpayers' money, and I apologize for that. My emotions got the better of me on that because I was just reliving my days as playing hockey. But again, at the end of the day, it is taxpayer money, and we need to be good stewards of the money. I also firmly believe that we need to have things in the community that people enjoy for their money, and I think this is one of them. Mm-hmm. And I'm confident that with all the underwriting and everything like that, that's why my emotion spoke, that there will be guarantees. So.
Madam Clerk, can you please repeat the motion and then call the vote?
Sure. The motion before you is to amend the order and to add the word council in the last line of the order just before the word approval. All set for the vote, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, yes, thank you.
Counselor from Ward 5.
Yes.
Ward 6.
Yes.
Ward 7.
No.
Ward 1.
Yes.
Ward 2.
No.
Ward 3.
Yes.
Word 4.
No.
Motion passes by a vote of 4-3.
Are we ready to vote on the main motion, councilors? Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counselor from Ward 5.
Yes.
Ward 6.
Yes.
Word 7.
Yes.
Word 1.
Yes.
Word 2.
Yes.
Word 3.
Yes.
Word 4.
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Thank you both. Item number 2.
Yes. Item number 2, public hearing and final passage regarding an amendment to the administrative code to establish a public safety committee. There are 2 items for requested action. The first item is to review, discuss, and determine an effective date of the proposed ordinance amendments.
move that we do that, but I'm a little confused as to why we have to have an effective, oh, it's because of the issue of the ad hoc versus the.
Yes, we had
okay.
discussion last time.
Yes, thank you.
Realistically, Administrator Kane-Rath, when is the earliest that this could be done, given that we have to 30 days and so on and so forth?
Of when this committee would begin its work?
Yes, sorry, that's a better way to put
again,
that.
I think there's been some discussion between the mayor and the council when this, you have an active ad hoc committee on this topic. I think there should be some discussion between mayor and council. When is a reasonable date for this new committee to begin? I know August was tossed out at a previous meeting. I think there was some that would like to see this committee take shape earlier than that, but I think there still needs to be some discussion on that. So it can be put out to a date certain of when the new committee begins, but I think that's really a decision for the mayor and council to decide when this new committee will take over, because there is an active committee already in place. And again, from a staff perspective, I think there's some concern about staffing two committees on the same topic operating in parallel tracks.
Yes, no, absolutely. And sorry, I apologize for the way I wish I asked the question. I was not trying to ask staff to take sides in this dispute. But so if we pass this tonight and then it takes place 30 days after that, when would the soonest, never mind about, when would the soonest this committee could begin its work? Like realistically
Well, being that there's
speaking.
an active committee right now, I think it could be seamless at whatever point is desired, whether that's in 30 days or whether that's in 4 months. I think that's a decision for the council.
If we pass tonight, it would be active in 30 days, so it would be active potentially within a month, depending on also when we filled it.
Correct. I guess my response is staff is ready to go whenever.
Okay.
Because we're already staffing a committee of similar topic right now.
Correct, yes, understood, thank you. Thoughts from councilors? Councilor Chittum, yes.
Thank you. How does the membership of the current ad hoc committee comport with the required membership in the ordinance? Is it possible in some ideal world that the people who are serving on the ad hoc committee could all of a sudden start serving on the standing committee? Do they meet the qualifications of the 14 people that have been listed in the ordinance?
Yes, some would, there could be some overlap in terms of positions. I have to go through them like one by one, but yes, there could be some people who, if they so choose to serve on the standing committee, could then apply and then be nominated by myself and then confirmed by council.
Do you have a sense, Mr. Mayor, of whether that's 20%, 60%, 80% of the 14 people? How many people are serving on the ad hoc committee right now?
I think there's like 8 or 9 of us, but let me get back to you about that number. And then, so it's not just do they fill the slots, is do they want to continue on a standing, would they want to apply for a standing committee? And I'm not sure that that's a given, but it could be. I have not posed that question to them, is what I'm saying.
I'm making the assumption that if you're willing to serve on an ad hoc committee with a particular charge, that you would also be willing to serve on a standing committee with that same charge.
That's a fair assumption. However, the standing committee will be for all eternity. And so ad hoc committees have finite dates.
And again, we wouldn't be expecting anybody to serve for all eternity, even in a standing committee.
No, I understand, but yeah, you get what I'm saying. Councilor Najin, did you have your hand up?
Just really quickly, and this is actually a question for administration, but when are we done with the budget? When do we have to have it approved by? It's like the first week in June, right?
Beginning of May.
Oh, okay. So
Correct.
Could we just set this to like hypothetically June 30th and all kind of agree and just kind of vote on it and move on?
My preference would be to run through the end of August, but I refuse to battle the council on this. So if the council, if the council's willing to do June 30th, then I would say give me another couple of months. But if the council is adamant that it starts right away, we don't need to. I don't want to fight over the kids here.
I just know that we have 2 months of intense pieces with the budget, and
understood.
And so maybe August is appropriate. I honestly don't know. I just know that I want to move this over to to a standing committee, and I want to make sure that we have enough, I don't want to be fighting about appointments to this committee while we're talking about the budget. That's all.
No. I absolutely do not. There's no ego here, is what I'm trying to say. I would love to have to the end of August. In that case, we would have a September 1 start date, and then take applications, and then be ready to go for September 1. But I want us to be wholly focused on city business and not arguing about bureaucracy. So, yeah. Councillor Longchamps, yes.
As I stated before, I would like it to start right away, but if we could all just agree on September 1st, I would agree to that as well. That would give plenty of time to, take applications and all of the great things that have to happen to make sure that you have a great committee to get lots of things done that need to be done. So I'm fine with you running until September 1st.
Thank you. We'll come back to you, Councillor Nugent. Councillor Herman, yes.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't know why it can't just start in 30 days after we pass this. September 1st is about 6 months from now, and I just see that as another 6 months of not much being done on this topic, which is, again, one of our top 2 priorities of the council.
I reject the notion that we would waste the next 6 months. Councillor Najin.
One of the concerns that comes up just in my mind really quickly, summertime's really busy as far as public safety issues are concerned. Maybe it might be good to have a standing committee in place for that summer period. So I kind of do agree that if we could get it up and running as quickly as possible, that would be beneficial.
Feedback from other councillors. Sorry, Councillor Chittum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. April 1st, September 1st, June 30th, it's a date. I appreciate that we want to get a standing committee operating. The first of the fiscal year is a date too. July 1st seems to be a compromise. It gives plenty of time for applications to be submitted. It gets us out of the budget season. It's not addressing the issues during the height of the summer, but I propose the 1st of July. It's a nice start of the fiscal year date.
Further comments from councillors before we go to public comment? Yes, Councillor Martel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sooner the better for me. This is going to be the group going forward. I think that Councilor Najin raised a good point about public safety in the summertime, and that tends to be when we see things flare up, for lack of a better term, and this is the group that's going to be going forward that the council has done. I think the sooner the better, within reason for staff.
Councillor Roy.
Thank you. I too would say sooner the better, reasonably, because with applications and all that stuff, I know that does take time and pressure on the administration. So, but as soon as we can.
Public comment for this agenda item.
Matt Roy, Ward 6. So last November, Mr. Mayor, you might remember, you issued the order for the current committee, which has a date certain of term expiration, which is, well, conveniently the end of the year. So this August 1st is, well, any date's arbitrary by nature, obviously, but we don't need to. August is a artificial date, which for some unknown reason you're wedded to it up until recently. According to the public information on the city's website, all we have is a list of 12 people for the current committee, the order, and nothing else. So is it actually reasonable and fair to call this the ad hoc committee active? There is no published agenda minutes since November. Well, there's the order from November. There's nothing posted on the city website that this committee's done anything, held any meetings. There's no minutes. There's no agenda. So this committee's not doing anything anyway. So we can end this in within 30 to 45 days. We can do more. Query, yes, your time as of next Tuesday is going to be to vote your next 10 weeks, 2 days a week until then. Occupied by the budget, rightly so, because that is the mission statement of the next year. We can do more than one thing at once, and apparently the current committee hasn't done a thing. There's, like I said, no public information posted, so it's not feasible and fair and accurate or transparent or accountable to say that the committee is actually active. There's no record that it's ever met since November 25th, 2025. Thank you.
Further public comment? Back to the council. Yes, I would agree that the website needs to be updated. Councillor Chittum, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If this ordinance becomes effective 30 days after today, which would be April 2nd, does that mean that the committee has to be fully constituted by April 2nd? The ordinance doesn't become effective. The ordinance doesn't require populating the committee immediately. So the language of the ordinance, I think, should be 30 days. And then whatever time it takes to populate the committee, and we can work the transition out with the mayor, who I'm sure would be, I'm positive would be amenable to a smooth transition between ad hoc and standing committees, particularly since there appear to be a number of people who are already on the ad hoc committee. So I'm proposing that the blank date we fill in be 30 days from today, the passage, which would be the effective date of the ordinance, and then we work with all deliberate speed to fill that, and we've got a ready slate of 8 or 9 people who are already serving on this ad hoc committee ready to go. So has a motion been made?
No, we're still discussing.
I don't know how we can discuss without a motion, but I will move then that we fill in the blank with April 2nd, 2026.
Did you catch that, Madam Clerk?
Yes, that the effective date would be April 2nd, moved by Councillor Chittum, seconded by Councillor Najin.
Thank you. Further questions or comments before we vote? Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Councillor from Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Thank you very much. And is Chief Conley still here?
Yes, she is.
Sorry, did you want to, I apologize for not recognizing you during all of this. Is there anything, I realize we just voted, but is there anything that you'd like to say?
No, I was just available if you had any questions or feedback that you needed from us.
Okay, yeah, sorry for my oversight. Yeah, thank you. Sorry for not recognizing you earlier is what I'm trying to say.
problem.
All right, thank you very much, and thank you for your service. Madam Clerk, what item are we on now?
Well, so I believe what you would need to
With
do now
item
that was
two.
to vote the main motion.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Mayor, because you just voted to set the date
To
in the
set
blank.
the date. Okay, please commence the vote on the main motion.
Is there a motion for the main motion to go before you?
I move that the proposed amendments to the City Code of Ordinance, Chapter 2, Administration, Section 230.235, Public Safety Committee receive final passage by a roll call vote, and the said ordinance to become effective as of April 2nd, 2026.
Second.
We have a motion and a second.
All set
Thank,
for the-
thank you, Madam Clerk. Please continue.
Councillor from Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Thank you very much. Item number 3.
Item number 3, public hearing and first passage regarding an amendment to the administrative ordinance clarifying the relationship of municipal departments and employees interacting with federal immigration enforcement. Requested action, that the proposed amendments to the City Code of Ordinances, Chapter 2, Administration, Section 2.79, pertaining to federal immigration enforcement, receive first passage by a roll call vote, and that the public hearing on said ordinance be continued to the next regularly scheduled City Council meeting.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Councillor Chittum.
Second.
Second by Councillor Najin. Discussion. Councillor Chittum.
This is a permanent ordinance that would supplement the emergency ordinance that the council passed 2 weeks ago. That permanent, the emergency ordinance expires in 60 days unless it's renewed. This would make that ordinance permanent. The timing is such that there would be a 2-day overlap between the expiration of the emergency and the effective date of this ordinance if it is passed on first reading tonight and second reading on March 17th.
Thank you. I know there was some discussion last time. We were concerned about the word authorized versus required. Do you remember that, Councillor Chittum?
I do. The original language in the ordinance as drafted used the word required. I consulted with the police department, and Chief Connolly suggested that the word authorized would make her feel more comfortable. I acceded to that.
Yes, I have concerns about that. I would like to see the word required inserted back into this ordinance. Councillor Harriman.
Thank you. That's what I was going to discuss as well. I think that using the word authorized is problematic because many of the actions that we are trying to protect against are authorized, and that's exactly the issue with them. So I would be prepared to make a motion to amend this to replace, I believe it's in 3 locations, replace the word authorized with required, and I can find them quickly if I need to. Yes, I can find the exact lines if you want to come back.
We'll, yeah, we will let you find those. Councillor Najin, did you have your hand up?
I just noticed that Council President Chittum had his hand up, so I was kind of pointing in that direction. That's all.
Oh, I see.
Sorry for the visual cue.
Okay, all right. Councillor Chittum, back to you.
Thank you. Yes, I believe those references are in section 2-81B, the introductory paragraph, which says in the 4th line, immigration enforcement operation except where legally authorized to do so. In B sub 1, which says except where legally authorized to do so by state or federal law, and in section B sub 3B, which says interlocal agreements except where legally authorized to do so. I think those are the 3, Councillor Harriman, that were inserted at the request of the police department.
Yes, thanks. You had them right on hand.
Councillor Najin, yes, back to you.
I would second that if we could make that amendment to pass this.
Did you catch all that, Madam Clerk?
I did, yes, thank you.
Okay. Further discussion from the council before we head to public comment. Councillor Najin.
Without having identified specifically what would be authorized versus what would be required, it's I don't have a list of who's going to authorize it, nor do I have a list of what is authorized that's not required, and that's my concern. And I would suggest that there's been some conversation about what does this ordinance actually mean. Well, it's a ordinance that goes into the books that then becomes an enforceable policy for our administrator and HR department, as well as the supervisory staff of the police department, and if it's the police department in particular. Obviously, this applies to all municipal employees, and so I just think it's important that we're clear on the language. If there's no list of when things are authorized that they would not be required, it's difficult for me to say that I want to accept that as language, because it then becomes unclear.
I had concerns about this during the emergency ordinance, hence my asking for it to be changed through an amendment then. So yes, I fully support this. Further questions, comments before we go to public comment? We're now having public comment for this agenda item.
Good evening, City Council members and Mr. Mayor. My name is Craig Saddlemeyer. I live in Ward 4. Thank you very much for your public service and your attention to this issue specifically. I urge you to pass the ordinance tonight with the amendment of changing the language to legally required from legally authorized. The amendment is important for the ordinance to be not symbolic, but to provide clear legal guidance to and protection of city employees in tense moments, real protection of the constitutional rights of our residents, and real protection of city taxpayer resources against costly lawsuits. Unfortunately, the alternative leaves open the possibility of following federal executive orders authorizing collaboration with ICE, who have been known to use tactics in many cases that are reckless and violate our constitutional rights. Federal executive orders are also not required to pass through the same system of checks and balances as laws, and are not the same as a warrant from a judge. Some have suggested that we should wait until we have documented cases of city staff collaborating with ICE until an ordinance like this is considered. Such examples would mean waiting until it was too late for protection of city taxpayer resources, too late for protecting the constitutional rights of our residents. Thank you.
Further public comment for this agenda item? Step right up. It's getting late.
Zoe Lidstrom, Ward 5. I strongly support the passage of this with the amendment to change authorized to required for reasons already stated. I think this will be an important step forward to trying to instill a bit more public trust in the Lewiston Police Department among marginalized residents to maybe feel okay reporting information that they may have to the police without fear of worse consequences than not reporting it. That's just one example of why I think this is really important. Thank you.
Anybody else? Let's get in the line.
Martin Chartrand, Ward 3, thanks. I want to thank the councilors who are putting this language change back in. I also strongly support the ordinance passing with the wording changed back to required. I think legally authorized to do so is really ambiguous because anything that's not prohibited is authorized by federal law, and if federal law doesn't prohibit collaborating with municipal employees collaborating with ICE, then they're authorized to do it, and then the rest of the ordinance seems completely symbolic. So I agree with the past speaker. This has real meaning for real people on the ground, both employees and the residents of the city, and I don't think it's disrespectful at all to anyone, whether it's a city employee or police, to have clear wording. I think it's supportive because then you know you have that support, especially if there is a difficult situation and federal immigration enforcement is there. So thank you, and I appreciate what one councilor, I think it was Najin, said last time, trust is built on strong systems. So having the wording changed to required means strong systems and that trust can be built. Thanks.
Matthew Egrin, Ward 4. Yes, guys, it's getting late. Well, this is a wonderful thing. I didn't see any true, strong punishments built into it. I think that needs to be added. And will that apply to the flock camera system? The flock camera system, which has been used without authorization of local communities to help ICE. Virginia's had it happen, Minnesota's had it happen, other places have had it happen. All of these places have said, we're not going to allow access. Well, the private company says, we don't care what you say.
Mr. Mayor, this is not a discussion on flock cameras. This is a discussion on personnel.
No, but this is about adding something into your rule if you don't want it to be attached.
Please get back to the agenda item,
This is.
Mr. Agrin.
This is because the flock camera system is used by your police department right now and it's being used by
We're not
ICE.
talking about flock cameras. Please talk about the agenda item.
This is the agenda item. It's asking, will the penalty apply to flock? Because you're putting rules in, but flock doesn't seem to the company flock doesn't care what they're doing for the local communities. You guys have the ability to put rules in that will punish flock if they.
Why don't you save that for the second public comment, unless you already spoke at the first.
I did not speak at the first, and this is part of you guys don't have any rules what the punishments are going to be. That's why I'm asking the question. The flock system is something used by your city, used by your cops, and it's being used by ICE. So, unauthorized, this is your problem. You may not want to hear that, but it will be, because the private company doesn't care. It's not Lewiston PD that controls it, it's a private company.
Thank you. Further comments on this current agenda item?
Good evening, everyone. Jay Zimmerman, Ward 5. I strongly support changing the language in this ordinance from authorized to required. I think we are seeing, and this has been expressed both by residents and by the police department themselves, a lack of trust between residents and police. And that's not just among our immigrant communities and police, but among all of our residents. Just everyday folks out there who don't want to risk causing an encounter between their neighbors and immigration enforcement when they need to do something routine like report a traffic accident. So everyone is affected by concerns over collaboration and cooperation between specifically the police department and federal immigration enforcement. And I think that having the language required in this ordinance would go a long ways towards rebuilding some of the trust that we need to have between residents and our police department in order to have a functioning and safe city. Thank you.
Matt Roy, Ward 6. Well, apparently, everyone has forgotten what this is actually about. We took care of the police department's role vis-a-vis emergency ordinance, vis-a-vis the state law that was enacted in January, because, the governor couldn't make up her mind for 7 months, so it just became law in January. This is about tonight's, this agenda item, is about non-police city staff. We've already taken care of that. This is the permanent ordinance change to give some legal cover, as Mr. Agron pointed out, to the rest of city staff, the other 96% of city staff that's not covered by, the police department, and the emergency ordinance, the cover, because, again, the governor sat on this for 7 months for whatever reason. I don't know, she couldn't make up her mind, for 40 plus years in law enforcement and criminal justice, I think she would have some kind of opinion, especially, in the last, there's multiple things going on there for 7 months, obviously, but anyway, that's what this is about. Well, not to mention that, speaking about constitutional rights, Congress had, I've long contended that 75% of the federal government is unconstitutional anyway, given enumerated powers, and nowhere in the Constitution does the words immigration appear. The closest you get is to having a uniform code, i.e. process for nationalization, i.e. citizenship, which since 1860...
Could you speak on the agenda item, please, Mr.
This is about the agenda item. Again, Mr. Mayor, you say we could talk about anything earlier tonight, but now you want to tightly construe what the agenda item is.
We need to talk about the agenda item, yes. Please continue about the agenda item.
This is about the agenda item. The safe flock isn't part of this when ICE is using this, and we're talking about city resources using this, where the trial well, that trial's been done for way over 60 days now. Since October was the 60 days. Again, you're tightly construing because against people you have a perceived notion that don't like you well. It's more than perceived, actually, because, you know, incompetence and ineptitude, but anyway. But whatever.
I think everyone's spoken at this point. Public comment is now closed. Back to us. Are we ready to vote on this amendment, councilors? Councilor Herman, did you have final thoughts?
Just very quickly, I wanted to acknowledge I think the conversation about flock cameras needs to be a separate conversation. This is an ordinance that applies to city employees. Flock cameras are not city employees, so it's just a separate conversation.
Thank you for that clarification. Madam Clerk, please call the vote on this amendment.
Council from Ward
wait.
5?
Mayor?
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, yeah, we have a couple hands up. Councilor Martel and then Councilor Nagy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to, I don't want to keep us here any later than need be, but I do want to reiterate my belief that this is redundant and performative. I'd like to personally extend an apology for the lack of trust that this ordinance shows in our police department. And then I would also just like it to be on the record that if ICE does come back to town, they're more than welcome to stop by my house for a cup of coffee so they can explain to me how I can assist them, and then I will be happy to face any punishments based on this ordinance after that. Thank you.
Councilor Nagy, yes.
So really quickly, one, it's a protection of taxpayer dollars and our employees, and it's not targeting the police department. Two, all city employees sign a code of ethics, and that code of ethics determines their. I'm really tired. The code of ethics. If you violate the code of ethics, which also means that you're violating the ordinances that are put in place for city employees, there are penalties that can be in place up to and including termination. But that's not our business because we don't actually oversee staff. So I'm just making it clear that there is a penalty if there's a violation, a proven violation.
Madam Clerk, could you please read the motion and then call the vote?
Sure. The amendment before you, the motion before you as an amendment is to remove the word authorized, which appears in the ordinance 3 times, to remove the word authorized and to replace it with the word required. Counselor from Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
No.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
No.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 5-2. And then, are you ready for the main motion, Mr. Mayor?
I believe we are.
The main motion is that the proposed...
Councilor, did you have
Yeah,
something,
thank you.
Councilor
I just want to ensure that if the word authorized shows up in another place, that we are not changing that we're only changing it in the 3 places that I cited specifically, which will be on the tape.
Sure, and I'll be happy to repeat that just for clarification. It's on page 2, B in the general section, the 4th line down, and then B1, the last line, and then B3B, the second to last line, are the 3 places that was referenced earlier regarding the word authorized.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk.
Thank you.
Was what she just read accurate? Yes. Yeah, okay. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
So the main motion before you, Counselor from Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
No.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
No.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 5-2.
Thank you very much. Item number 4.
Item number 4, public hearing and adoption of order approving the 59 Park Street Tax Increment Financing District and Development Program with a credit enhancement agreement. There are 2 items for requested action. The first item is to conduct a public hearing regarding the proposed 59 Park Street Tax Increment Financing and Development Program, and to consider if anyone claims the project will have a substantial detrimental effect on that party's property interests, and then determine if those detrimental effects are outweighed by the benefit of the development.
We're going to conduct the public hearing as we move forward here, but if we can have a presentation first.
Councilors, I have, you requested an update.
Thank you.
Thank you. We are on 4. Thank you.
So if I could bring your attention to the sheet that we have right in front of us. What we're looking at is this, I know, this was a roll-up. I'll introduce Peter Lavoie here in a minute. I know council wanted this information, requested this information, and I wanted to provide it and go over it. What we're looking at here is attachment A, the Gale TIF, if you read the top. The most important piece here is that this is a roll-up of where we are for TIFs today. So this is the current OAV under the cap. So we're at 4.752. So we're getting close in terms of, and this also includes our anticipated TIFs, that includes the gender and active living estates, 59 Park Street, which we're going to present today, and 17 Mollison Way. And I highlighted Lowell because we have an administrative public hearing that we have to have because we missed it by a day with the Sun Journal. So, but I wanted to give you a roll-up of where we were. We still have about 5.6 million left in evaluation that we could TIF currently. I know that this was something that was asked for. These are the numbers. These are real numbers. These have just been created. On the backside, if you flip it over, this is an anticipation of the new valuation. So this was a number, the $4.4 billion was a number that the city assessor had provided me. And then again, with the readjustment, this gives us plenty of room for what we anticipate to do, which is, doing a downtown TIF, looking at additional projects. But this, again, gives us plenty of room with another $112 million to cap. So these are standards that are set by DECD, Department of Economic and Community Development. I wanted to run through this real quickly in terms of information because, again, it was requested by council that we had this roll-up, and I put that information together for you. I can tell you that we call it an attachment. Each of these go in the packet as we submit them to the state. So not only does the minutes and everything like that get recorded, but to support our numbers that are in the application for a TIF application, we supply the data that supports the information that goes within the TIF. So with that, I am going to it's getting late. Let Peter go through his project, and then I'll give some numbers on the actual project in terms of the TIF.
Hello, my name is Peter Lavoie. I own 59 LLC that owns 59 Park Street, and I'm planning to turn it into 12 studio apartments. So you may remember me from a few months ago. We came here for an easement into the park area to be able to get the basement units to work. The units range from 300 to 420 square feet. The project is approved. We got staff approval just a couple weeks ago, so it is ready to go. This is the upper floor where the Vector News storefront was originally. We have we're moving the entrance down Plan South, and we're infilling where the storefront was. This is going to allow us to have the hallway on the side of the building that really can't have any windows. But there's 7 units up here. They're all efficiency studio units. Go next one, please. And this is the lower level. These units are a little bit larger. There's laundry down here. And again, we're utilizing the easement that we've got there on plan north of the page. Next one, please. Yeah, and this is what the project is intended to look like. We've added a bunch of glass on the park side. We think it looks really nice. Now it's kind of blank and boring looking. Next one, please. Yep, there's a couple more renderings, the front and the side. Next. This is the approved subdivision plan. As you can see, the retaining wall's up there. We need to increase the water line to accommodate for the 12 units from what's there now. Adding a little bit of landscaping out front. Other than that, not a ton outside. And this is a similar past project that I did in 2024. It's a 14-unit, kind of an infill development in Biddeford. There's 5 studios on the first floor that are similar in size to what we've proposed here. It's done pretty well. Those smaller units have gone faster because they're cheaper to rent, and people have liked them, and I think it's a great looking project.
Thank you, Peter. I'm going to go down through the project. Basically, the summary of the annual review projections and the development plans for 59 Park Street. This is an update for the annual review projections for 59 Park Street development under a scenario which allocates 65% of the tax increment financing revenue to the developer. So that's with the credit enhancement agreement. If the council approves that, that's what we're targeting. The developer originally asked for 75. We took a close look at their cost analysis and basically the cap that he needed to make the project work, and we found that at 65% we could still make this project go with a little bit more dollars going back to the city coffers. The assessed post-value development is $1.3 million, which is an increased assessed value of over $1 million. So that's really our benchmark. As long as a project increases value over $1 million, we would consider, we could consider a TIF. This is a vacant building with a valuation of $227,000. So this is a complete turnaround for a blighted building in the downtown on Park Street. Basically, the TIF revenue projected will generate about $18,462 annually from year 2 to year 21. And the TIF revenue back to the developer, if approved, would be approximately $12,000. And the city would hold 35%, and that's, again, about $6,400. And it's not a lot, but it's something that makes a project go. This is a great example of what I'd like to see more within the city, is taking these old buildings, making them into usable space moving forward. So total revenue to the developer over the 20 years is about $240,000. Total revenue to the city, years 2 to 21, is $295,000, resulting in a net revenue over these years of $295,000. After the TIF period, the city will receive, again, from 20 to 30. We still capture the value, but we get an additional $165,000 from years 22 to 30. Yearly tax shifts will include consistent contributions to the county education and revenue sharing, with total revenues reflecting an approximately average of $12,000 each year across local taxes. Again, the highlights is the redevelopment plan for 59 Park Street focuses on change of use, an old empty mercantile building to residential for, a vacant building to 12 new market rate residential units targeting as affordable workforce housing. I think that's a key takeaway to revitalize the area. The proposed development includes 12 residential units, which will significantly enhance the neighborhood's vibrancy and contribute to the local economy and growth. And the project aims to incorporate sustainable building practices and community spaces, fostering and welcoming an environment for residents and business alike, and with an improved, hopefully with park use for Dufresne Plaza. There's been a lot of vagrants there, and I think that developing this really takes care of those issues. The whole financial model reflects a favorable scenario for both the developer and the city, with a strong revenue structuring, promoting long-term viability for the building. The planned reuse of 59 Park Street aims to enhance the local community and economics significantly. And we're open for any questions that the council may have.
So if we approve this tonight, when would we get started on construction?
Early summer,
Early summer. And then when would completion be?
early fall, probably.
Like fall this year?
Yeah, it's probably, it's really 4
Right.
months.
Yeah, I mean, the
It's not-
building's built,
yeah.
right? Yeah. Okay. Like people will be living there by Thanksgiving.
Yes, sir.
Exciting. Councilor Harriman?
Thank you. Do you have the pro forma or the spreadsheet that shows how much goes to the city and how much goes to the developer each year?
We do have that. It's in the packet. What I did was I put it in this form. It looks a little bit different, but all the information that's in a pro forma is basically in this information.
Which page is the pro forma?
Well, it may not be in the packet itself, but I was talking about the packet to DECD. It's in the packet.
Okay.
Is that something that's typically
at some point?
council that sees that? I broke it down to make it easier to read.
Like, year one, the developer gets this, the city gets this. Year two, developer city. Year three,
Yep.
developer city. Just so we can see the breakdown of,
Yep.
how much is going where and how long the TIF is for.
Yep, it's 30 years, from year 2 to year 21, the project generated is $18,462. All the information is in the TIF distribution, yeah, it's in that.
It's this page right here.
Yep.
I mean, like the actual spreadsheet that we usually get on TIFs.
Sure.
That shows all the breakdowns.
I thought this was easier. This is what I've done in the past for other councils, so if you want to see the actual spreadsheet, we could do that in the future.
That'd be good.
Moving forward.
Thanks.
Yep.
Councilor Chittum?
Thank you. So the net increase in revenue to the city for years 2 through 21 is $6,400.
Yes.
It's over and above the current taxes that are being paid on the $227,000 valuation, the original assessed value.
Right.
Okay.
That is correct.
And the TIF is a 3-year TIF because that allows us to take care of the tax sheltering for county taxes and revenue sharing from the state and school funding.
That's exactly correct.
I'm a little puzzled, and this is a question for DECD, as to how we can structure a TIF that will take that advantage. I love it, but I'm not sure it's fair, while not sharing that with a credit enhancement agreement with the developer. That's a question for another day. I looked at these as municipal valuations. I'm well aware that we're undergoing a reval, but when I look at the increase in city valuation from 2.2 billion to 4.4 billion, 4.4 billion, that's a result of Tyler Associates going around and telling us that our houses are worth more than we thought they were. My understanding was that DECD used the assessment ratio when it was calculating the valuations upon which TIFs are based. Is that incorrect?
Say that again?
My understanding...
Sorry, are you asking questions about this?
Yes, I am.
So this is not, am I understanding that you just gave us this, but it's not part of the current agenda item?
Mr. Mayor, I hate to be a pain in the neck, but I have the floor here.
Go ahead, Councilor Chittum.
Thank you. So my understanding was that the State Department of Economic and Community Development used the assessment ratio when it calculated the valuation of the city upon which TIF calculations are based. In other words, they took our 2.2 billion and said, yeah, but you're only at 40%, so we're going to inflate it too.
No, they actually use this actual OAV number that the city has. So if if right now the assessed is at 54% of the total valuation, we're only getting that. That's the amount that all the numbers are based on, that $2.2 billion. It's not a percentage of that. They're not adding anything else to it. It's nothing else that's included in that 5% cap that's required under the OAV calculation.
So we can then double our 5% cap simply by revaluing.
That is correct.
That's wrong. Okay. Thank you.
Councilor Najin, did you have your hand up?
I did. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of quick points. One, we certainly need this type of housing, so I think that's a positive. I am a little bit frustrated with the fact that it is adjacent to Dufresne Plaza, which, in my view, the developments that should happen around Dufresne should be ones that are not necessarily housing that opens up onto the plaza. It's just a challenge that we've spent a lot of money on that plaza, and ultimately, while it may benefit the 12 residents, it doesn't benefit the entire community, where, for instance, a cafe would be fantastic. But I don't own the building, so it is what it is. I would also say, just really quickly, looking at like an omnibus tax district that is a downtown tax TIF district would be helpful in the future. I keep bringing it up, but like it just fits into these pieces. And then, and it's just a separate aside, if we do that, then we don't have to look at just $1 million projects. We can look at things like, I want to put a commercial kitchen into a building to make it actually useful on some level, and that might be a $300,000 project, which we still need. But other than that, I just I wanted to point out those things. I have no real objection to this, even though it is market rate. It is certainly different than what we've seen before, and I think we need it. So,
Councilor Longchamps.
Yes, some of the questions that I had have now been answered, but I will say I think it's a great idea. The apartments, I've gone to that building many times when it was the store, and for quite some time now, it has been basically just a dumping ground for people to hang out and do all kinds of sorts of things that they shouldn't be doing. So, although, yes, it is a business district, but, to have some people living there and contributing to spending money at our restaurants and going to some of the local cafes and stores and stuff, I think it is beneficial. So the building looks beautiful, and I can't wait to see it started. And for it to be done in 4 months is quite remarkable. So I look forward to seeing it. I'll definitely be voting for it.
Thank you.
We're now heading to public comment for this agenda item. Public comment is now closed. Back to us. Yes, we appreciate your investment in the city. Sure, in an ideal world, it could be some coffee place, but it was a convenience store that also ran a deli, and that unfortunately did not work out. And so this is what makes financial sense. I get that completely, and completely support this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Further comments from councilors? Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Councilor from Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
We've saved the best for last. Madam Clerk, item number 5.
Item number 5. Item number 5, second public hearing and adoption of order approving the First Amendment to the Lowell Street Omnibus Tax Increment Financing District and Development Program. Requested action, to conduct a second public hearing regarding the proposed First Amendment to the Lowell Street Omnibus TIF and Development Program, and to consider if anyone claims the project will have a substantial detrimental effect on that party's property interests, and then determine if those detrimental effects are outweighed by the benefit of the development.
Are we doing a public hearing first? May I have a motion?
So moved.
Councillor Chittum.
Second.
Second by Councillor Longchamps. Director Blais, the Honorable Levesque, thank you for joining us. You guys want to kick us off?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor, Council. This is really just an administrative item. We'll have another administrative item coming. Essentially, the public notice of this public hearing was published in the Sun Journal on December 6, 2025, summarizing the amendment, inviting any interested parties to attend the hearing and speak before the City Council action is taken. It was brought to our attention that the Sun Journal does not print public notices on Saturdays, so we sent it in with enough time, but not knowing that they didn't print until Sunday, making the original public notice a day late for the 10-day statutory requirement. This is a significant investment to the city. I'm not in the business of taking chances. I've said it before, I want to minimize risk. So to comply with the state statute, Title 30A, Part 2, Subpart 8, Subchapter 206, Subchapter 1, 5226, we needed to hold another administrative public hearing before submitting the TIF amendment for approval to DECD. And this last presentation was done on December 16th. We will have another project coming in front of you this similar way. We are re-scrubbing all the former TIF applications that was completed, and we're finding some errors, and we just want to minimize those, and we want to be spot on as we support the investment in the city.
Thank you very much. Anything?
No.
No. Discussion from the council. Councillor Chittum.
This reflects no changes to the TIFs that we had looked at before.
That is correct, Councillor.
Thank you.
Public hearing, public comment for this. Yes, public hearing. Back to us. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
You do have to do part 2, Mr. Mayor, which would be if the council determines that the benefits of the amended TIF district and associated development outweigh the negatives articulated, the council is asked to adopt the order approving the First Amendment to the Lowell Street Omnibus Tax Increment Financing District and Development Program, authorizing the city administrator to execute an agreement for development assistance, tax increment financing, and authorizing city staff to submit the amendment and related documents to the main DECD for approval.
Yes, thank you, Madam Clerk. You are right. May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Councillor Chittum.
Second.
Second by Councillor Najin. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Council from Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Thank you both very much. We are now, Madam Clerk, I do believe we've been through all the agenda items.
Yes, sir.
Okay. We're now up to public comment. For those that didn't make public comment at the beginning.
Matthew Agron, Ward 4.
Please start the timer. Thank you. Yes.
Hello, city councilors. As it's just about budget time, please remember we'll all understand it's going to be very hard trying to hold the line on expenses this year. But that's what we, the citizens and taxpayers of Lewiston, is asking of all of you. Be responsible with all our money. Now, any body that tries to silence individual members or the public from commenting on issues, that's never a good thing. Having a personal opinion that differs from the majority voting group is okay in America. It's one of the things that make America great. We welcome people to offer opinions on things. We don't have to agree on them all, but we need to listen to them. To paraphrase the late Pete Seeger, it's important be able to learn to speak and listen to those we disagree with. Why? Because it can help you be able to find those common grounds that you all agree on. And here in Lewiston, we need to find those common grounds so we can fix the common problems. Now, I know you and I don't agree on everything, be it Councilor Chittum or Councilor Martell. But there is common ground where we all do agree. As councilors, that's what we need you all to find. Remember, you were elected to represent your ward first, but the city as a whole. The city that stretches from downtown Lisbon Street to St. Joseph's Lane to South Lisbon Road and everything in between. We all want what's best for Lewiston. We all have different opinions on what's best for Lewiston, but what we need to do is find common ground. I wish you guys a wonderful budget season. May the meetings be quick and painless, but it's going to be a tough one. Have a good evening.
Public comment is now closed. Reports and updates from councilors. Councilor Chittum.
The 911 relocation into the third floor of Auburn Hall is proceeding apace. I'm told that the schedule will be met and that 911 will be in its new location in time to get out of the old location.
Councilor Najin.
So the Citizens Advisory Committee for Community Development Block Grant and Home Funding met this week. We have forwarded our scoring for community investment funds from Community Development Block Grant, as well as projects for development, which will come before you on the 17th. I also want to point out that we are still short a member of the Citizens Advisory Committee, the Community Development Block Grant Citizens Advisory Committee, and that it is an at-large position. So anybody in the city can apply for it, and I'm urging folks to do so. And I have some other stuff I'll bring up in new business.
Further reports and updates before we move to new business. We're now at new business. Councilor Najin.
So really quickly, I'm wondering if we can get an update on unfilled positions on all of the committees and how many have been open for more than 60 days, so that we can kind of move those forward. And I'm directing that to the clerk. Could you send that out to the council, please? I greatly appreciate it. Thank you. Also, one of the things that's come up recently that I don't know exactly how to handle this, and I'm thinking that probably the Housing Committee is a piece that we look at it, but a lot of the single-family homes in the community that are home health care offices have come to light as being businesses that are being operated in a community that we're having a very difficult time finding single-family homes in. And so the question is, and this is a general question, do we consider expanding the rental registry to include all rental units, including single-family homes? And do we possibly consider some type of business licensing around businesses that are being run in residential neighborhoods? Because I do believe that, one, there's a cost to them in certain cases, and two, we don't necessarily have the right to regulate who's neighbors to who, but we do, as a city, absolutely have the right to regulate businesses as far as licensing is concerned. And that would give us a really clear view of where we have recovery houses, where we have communal living situations, where we have home health care offices, and all of these things, I think, are things that should be on our radar on some level. Because in a single-family home, for instance, if my housing is shoddy, for instance, but I live there, no one's going to come and bother me. Like, there are multiple times that I can think about housing that people live in that is actually condemned, and we do not remove them from that condemned housing because that is their house that they own. I think it differs a little bit when we're talking about businesses. And so it's just something to think about. I would highly suggest that we as a group kind of figure out whether or not we want to
get a feeling for how many of the housing units out there that should be in the single-family home market that are being rented by real estate companies, that are being used as home health care offices, that are being used as community living situations. So I just want to bring that up. Also, poll permits. So I hate to bring this up again, but I would like to get possibly an agenda item put on so that the Public Works Director can explain to us our process for removing duplicate polls, and then also possibly come to us with any problems that they're having getting them removed, because in my neighborhood, at least, there are multiple duplicate polls that are attached in ways that are somewhat dangerous, and I've gotten complaints from multiple constituents about the duplicate polls. So, including the project that happened on Wakefield Street that now has telephone poles in the middle of a brand new sidewalk, which is super annoying. And just as a last piece, we should probably think about open office hours again. And I'm going to bring this up because our business meetings, they run a long time. People come here to express opinions to us that we can't respond to in any way, shape, or form. And so basically it's like a one-way conversation where people yell at us because they're frustrated. And there's no way to actually have a dialogue. And so, I highly encourage that we consider setting a couple of dates where if you want to attend, you do. If you don't want to attend, you don't have to, but at least we're accessible to the constituency so they can come in and ask questions about things that they have questions on. I don't respond to public comment emails just like I don't respond to public comments here because they're public comments. But I think being more accessible would be helpful. So sorry for all that, rambling, but I wanted to get it all out there. And thank you.
Hold on 1 second, Administrator. Talking about appointments, yes, it's been a busy beginning of the year, but I have made great progress, as the clerk can attest to, very recently, but one that's still, and I expect to be filling that tomorrow, the CDBG, so we're nearly there. But one thing that has been very frustrating to fill, and we've received, I think, 0 applicants for this, is the Forestry Board, and we still have 3 openings. So if people want to serve on the Forestry Board, step right up. And 1 second. And then to speak to, what was the last thing you were just talking about? Oh, yes, in terms of like open office hours, I think some of us do respond to public comments where we feel it's appropriate. So if there's public comments over email. Mm-hmm. So yeah, if it's your constituent, feel free to respond. And I realize some of the public comments we get are rhetorical and so on and so forth. And at any point, councilors are free to engage their constituency, perhaps at a local coffee shop or something. And sorry, Councilor Najin, you were going to say something a second ago?
I was just going to say the Forestry Board's a really good time. People should consider it.
Thank you. Yes. Councilor Roy, yes.
Thank you. I just want to tell everybody over the last 2 years, I've always said this when budget season came in, email us concerns, comments, what we should, fund, all this stuff. It's your money. So give us some ideas of what you want us to really focus on. And again, I said this a couple of times too. Hopefully, I don't sound like a broken record, but maybe I'm trying to speed bump on maybe Rideout Avenue or something like that at some point. So just want to keep that going because I know the 4-way stop is coming, but still we need something more to slow those cars down. It's still going on and it's still too fast. So thank you. I
would now like to recognize Administrator Kainrath.
Thank you. Just to follow up on the office hours, I didn't mention in my report this evening, but just so you know, I may have already mentioned it. Councilor Noble and I will be hosting a joint office hours event. As you know, I've been doing these monthly, so we're hosting a joint event in her ward this month. But I think it would be a great idea if all of you would like to do joint open office hours with me. We go to your ward. I've been doing them monthly anyway, so just putting an open invite out for that, and look forward to our event this month. But I think it's a great idea. So if you are interested, please let me know, and we'll do a joint event instead of me going it alone. That'll be great. Thank you.
Where is that going to be?
We're working on locations, but likely the root cellar. But that's not totally confirmed yet, but tentative.
Okay, stay tuned. Councilor Harriman.
Thank you. I've just got two things. The first one I brought up before, but I wanted to talk about or see if the council was interested in developing some kind of policy around the use of AI in city duties by city employees in their duties. I'm mostly concerned about accuracy and whether human eyes have to touch something after something is generated or created. So that's my main concern. And then the second one is, I don't know if there's been any update on the security concerns I brought up after the last city council meeting, if there's any movement on that.
So, thank you. We did discuss this today, actually, in our meeting, the council president and mayor. We would like to bring this as a discussion item for council for consideration. There are a couple of ideas to throw out. So, I think, unless we'd like to discuss something this evening, tonight, I think we put it on as a discussion item at our next agenda, if that's acceptable.
Councilor Harriman, did you file a police report?
I did not.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Chittum.
That's me. Thank you. Due to the lateness of the hour, I'm going to forestall the discussion that I had hoped that we could have tonight. Administrator Cainrath has alluded to it earlier, and it deals with the comportment of the council and the conduct of the entire meeting. It relates to the security concerns, Councilor Harriman, that you have raised. And it's going to be a long discussion. So I would like to have that in public session. I would like every council member to feel free to weigh in. I have some opinions. I've shared them with the mayor, and I would like the council to weigh in on them too. So be concerned about I'm sorry, it's so late. Be concerned about the way we conduct ourselves and the way the public conducts itself, and discussion around all that and our council rules.
Stay tuned. Further questions, further new business from councilors before we adjourn. May I have a motion to adjourn?
Move we adjourn.
Second.
Councilor Chittum, followed by Councilor Najin. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Council from Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Lewiston, we love you. Have a wonderful evening.